he identified waste and spending. The federal government wastes money like no other.
Look, you can't be that stupid.
No, I'm quite aware.
We're not talking about contracts here. We're talking about.
It doesn't matter if it's contract or actual government.
We're talking about hey, the NTSB board members. We're talking about he tried to fire Cook from the board of governors of the Fed Bank. We're talking about all the CFOs and CEOs and CIOs that were black. He fired.
Let me ask you. Hold on, ML.
They get paid a ton of money, and it's
that's on the fucking report. They were fired without cause. They were fired simply because they were black.
It's a bunch of bureaucratic fucking waste of money.
Yes, but those positions were not deleted. They were replaced by incompetent white men.
Okay.
Were those federal employees hired only because of their color of their skin?
Joe, go fuck yourself because you know that's not.
Yeah, no. You see what it is? So if you're saying they were fired,
okay. Therefore, all white people are hired by the color of their skin. Are you fucking stupid?
No, clearly, in your world, the paradigm must be
you don't know nothing about my world.
On the merits,
about my world. My world is not your world.
No, listen to the convolutedness. You claim that you were hired in your jobs based on your merits, not by the color of skin. However, these folks had only been fired from their job because of the color of skin. Well, clearly, then they were only hired into these roles due to DEI because of the color of their skin, right?
That's asinine. Because guess what?
Asinine.
You went to Harvard.
So you don't think the racism goes both ways?
Hold on. You see?
Your party is the perpetuator of all this racism. We're trying to
the people that were fired, how educated were they? How brilliant were they? How many annual awards did they won? What were their performance ratings? All that shit is coming out because it's a matter of fucking record that they have performance rating because they work for the government. It's an annual fucking process. And every performance rating they had, regardless of which administration they worked on, they were fucking accepted, but yet they were fired, you dumb fuck.
So you think Stephen Miller said, let's fire all the black people we can, this would be fun?
Absolutely. That's exactly what happened.
You're stupid if you prove that.
I know. Yeah,
hey, it's all coming out of the court case, motherfucker.
You don't have any
evidence of him?
Yes, there's a court case, man. That's why I know it. That's why I know about the 78%. That's why I know about the performance rating. That's why I know about who got fired and what the education level was.
Let me tell you the type of ideology your party has. Joe Biden.
Quit fucking talking to me about party. I'm talking about a specific thing.
I will have to put you in the audience if you don't let me finish my thought. Joe Biden, when running, clearly stated that he had already made up his mind of who he was going to appoint to the Supreme Court. And it was going to clearly be a black woman, regardless of her merit, regardless of where she stood. So, I mean, if the president...
And Trump said he's going to put in a white man, and that's what they've always done.
ML, can you not hold your composure, bro? Listen, at the highest position, one of the highest positions in our federal government, and one of the highest position in the president, promising someone running for that position, promising that they were going to hire someone based on the color of their skin. That is the epitome of the entire Democrat Party. That is how y'all think. You hire everyone based on the color of your skin, or at least who's loyal to the agenda. That's ultimately what it really is. This is just a facade for the game.
Nobody hires somebody based on the color of their skin. And for you the guys to consistently think about that, you'd be a fucking idiot to hire somebody based on the color of his fucking skin. That's what white fucking people do by denying other people's access. That's what the fuck you're doing.
Terrible, by the way.
ML, you default to the idea that Republicans has fired these people based on the color of skin because your party only hires people based on the party of their skin. Clearly, Joe Biden only intended to hire. Listen, clearly, Joe Biden intended only to hire the next Supreme Court justice based on the color of her skin. He made it very clear. This is how y'all think. This is the lens that you've applied to the people on the right.
Okay, hold on.
Clearly, they must be racist because we're racist.
Okay, when Clarence Thomas was nominated, man, shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody talking to you.
Alright, one mic on Edward.
Yeah, Edward's in the queue here. Go ahead, Edward.
Oh, fuck, not Edward. I'm done. I'm gone.
Whatever.
Oh, come on, Mel. Don't be a slur.
No, I'm done. Conversation over. Bye. You guys have a good one.
you
Fuck
would.
y'all.
Oh, whatever.
We
No,
want.
guys, listen, that's the beauty of being an American. People have a right to leave, so, but they don't have a right to alter the facts, okay?
I don't get more
It's very
than
unfortunate
either.
since we hold these truths to be
I don't
self-evident.
know why.
Does not say we hold these truths to be ethnic evidence.
Accidentally,
Okay.
I'm pretty much
I don't know why we believe that we come on a stage and yell and scream, call people all kinds of names, and believe that people actually get
I don't know
fired
John
because of the
Kitover
color
said
of
to
their
me.
skin.
Friend
No,
of John.
we have a
Alright, I
country
got some
that
shit to
is
say. I'm about to get that Botox that makes you not sweat. I'm about to get it underneath my boobs. This is fucking crazy. It is way too hot
It
here.
should not be. Our federal government, and we have the only constitution
What?
in the world that has a limited government. Very clear. Now, I just want to share with you guys what I actually put in the chat, and everybody can go because a lot of this stuff is documented, and I'll be very brief because I think that sometimes people just talk and they never go and read the information that's available to them because it's pretty easy for us all. The first one says the Voting Rights Act was designed to stop those discriminatory practices and enforce the 15th Amendment. Okay? This is what most people don't look at when you think the 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law. Okay? It's all documented evidence that you can do. The next one, it says here, key point, the law did not say only certain ethnic groups could vote. Instead, it prohibited governments from using race-based discrimination to block citizens from voting. That's a big one. Critics and supporters debate how far federal enforcement should go today, especially around redistricting, voter ID laws, and pre-clearance rules that once required some states to get federal approval before changing election laws. The last two more. But the constitutional, the act was framed as an enforcement mechanism. This is so important right here. An enforcement mechanism for equal voting rights under the Constitution, not as separate ethnic-based voting systems. That's the big one for us to all realize, right? This is important for us. You know why? Because are we having people in America vote only because of their ethnicity and not because of their values? Like some people say, you voted for Trump. No, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Edward. Okay? This is important to me. You know why? Because I believe in voting values, not just a party, not just a group, and I'm definitely not voting my skin color, ever. Because I did not get to choose to be ethnically black. I did not get to choose to be born in America. I didn't even get to choose to be a male. But one thing I can choose every single day is vote value. And my value is, I don't want to be judged on my ethnicity. I want to be judged on my merit. Thank you for allowing me the mic. Again, it's a privilege, not a right. Thanks.
I gotta say something before we go to the next speaker. Matt, so if you noticed, what really got under Mel's skin, and I was trying to address it, is that we won. It's over because abortion got overturned, the control SCOTUS, the math redistricting is we're gonna hold a lot more seats in the future. We're gonna control Congress pretty much. It's gonna have a lot easier time. And then and Trump won, and all these things have happened, and there's something he can do about it. And so this is our chance to make him suffer. So we should take every chance we can when he's in here to make him suffer. And he freaked out when I told him this, and he said something about we need to eliminate you people or something.
He did say that. Good point.
Yeah.
So he did say that.
He said that? Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Let me ask you guys.
Oh, guys, are you surprised?
It's not.
Are you
Hold
surprised?
Hold on. It's not performative when I say they want to kill it.
Exactly, I'm not surprised by this. Guys, we know they want that. They're not talking.
Fight the football, run the victory in, make them suffer. That's all you have to do now.
He said civil war is coming. You guys didn't catch it. He said,
Hold on.
See? You hear that?
Wait.
Civil war is coming.
Can I ask a question? May I ask a question, Beaver?
Okay, wait.
Matt, say something.
Can I just say one thing real quick? Because I want to quote him really good on this one. Because Joe has mentioned catch it, but it was a subtle. It was once we get control, we want to take you out or eliminate you. It was like something along those lines. So that is definitely the thinking. It was really a subtle thing. You had to really pay attention to, or really quickly to pay attention between all the yelling that he was doing. But
I said it right after I said that we won, it's over, we control this and this. He goes, well, this is why you people need to be eliminated.
Yeah, he's like, once we get, or he said something also about control too. I don't know if you caught that, but he said, yeah, exactly what Beaver just said. Go ahead, Edward.
Well, and I agree with Beaver in the fact that America won, not just our side, guys.
Yeah,
At the
baby.
same time,
Yeah.
at the same time, we got to be very careful. We don't want the federal government on any side ruling the 350 million individual Americans in the 50 individual states. We did win. And you're correct, Beaver. We did overturn Roe versus Wade because of the courts. We did reduce as much government as we could. And we're still trying. The challenge that you all have to look at, okay, is when you take crack from a crackhead, it's very, very difficult. And we don't understand that a lot of these programs.
Wait. I'm a crackhead, so I don't know.
Stop.
That's real though. I mean, I look at it as a boat that's slowly sinking, and Trump has just got it passed. He's prolonging it, but you know, I'm just enjoying the ride before this motherfucker sinks, dude. You know.
Yeah, let me finish. I land on this guy. We also got to believe in limited government. See, I ask people, all of us, do you know your local elected official? Do you know your senator? Do you know your congressperson? Do you actually even follow your governor? Don't you guys understand the biggest distraction that we currently have is the federal government? Okay? The federal government rules from the bully pulpit, and this is what they're arguing about. See, they're missing out the fact that most of the people that were hired came from the local states, guys, because this is what the congressmen and women are pushing. So if they don't like it, they got to get back to that. If we did win, Beaver, I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, let's make sure we get the government back to the people, not the government enforcing the law against the people.
Yeah, but when you get a chance to rub it in on these horrible, terrible, degenerate people, it's time. This is the times that
We're not just rubbing it. We have to get ahead of it. We have to try to save the country because listen, there's been so much damage from the left to the right because of big government policies that we are so far away from where our forefathers envisioned our country.
Oh, I know. You can't rest on your laurels.
You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, it's not over. I'm just saying, as far as clubhouse bullshit battles, they can't stand it, and they have there's nothing down in.
Oh, I don't just rub it on the clubhouse. I rub it into the left in general. Maybe not so in their face, you know, in person, but yeah, I mean, like, you know, but we do got to try to save the country, and we can celebrate, but the fight's not over. You know, the left is hell bent on doing whatever they can now. I mean, shit, they don't have, you know, they don't give up. They want to open up the fucking borders for every Tom, Dick, and Harry illegal immigration for votes. They want to fucking have no ID for votes. They want to vote for dead people. I mean, they don't give a fuck. They will destroy this country to gain power. And now, bro, they're really pissed. Now they're really mad, bro. It's going to be a fight, bro. This is going to be a real fight. I mean, it's a fight for the future.
You know the saying, sometimes you got to take, like in the middle of doing something, you got to take a step aside and take a moment to enjoy the victory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, totally.
Or else it makes it all pointless.
You got to, because guys, we're never going to get a time alive with Trump with a guy who fights like Trump. So like Beaver's saying, we got to enjoy it, man. Fucking take a breath and enjoy the time that we have right now, because we're going to look back at this and say, damn, it was sure nice to have a fighter like Trump. There was nobody like this guy. The left hates him because he's so effective. Yeah. He's such a fighter, bro. Yeah, they wish they had a fighter like we had.
Well, so I mean,
I hear you, but are we win-lose, or are we win-win? Regardless of what the left say, they're still Americans, right? We have to come up with better articulate ways of communicating to people that don't believe in our Constitution. Okay? The founding fathers said that They're foreign or domestic enemies. We got to learn how to communicate. Yes, we won, but we won as Americans, okay? Not as just individual ideologies, because I believe in limited government. That's all. But I'm not going to beat up people because they have a different ideology. I'm going to try to explain to them why they support the president, their governor, support those things that are good for us, not just beat people up. Because right now, both the left and right are at odds with each other. And to me, that's win-lose, not win-win.
Alright, so this is the thing, I think this is where Beaver's pushing back, and maybe even myself a little bit. I think we do have to kind of put the foot to the neck. Let's just face it, there's no real ideology that the left has that I agree with, especially the real progressives, which is pretty much taken over their party in a lot of ways. So I don't see any reason why we can't put the pressure on completely, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but not, I don't want to sound like them, like eliminate. I'm saying like,
You do look.
Don't take the foot off the gas now. Don't take the foot off the gas now. We need to fucking,
and right,
you
I
know
get
what
what
I'm
you're saying, that's like the,
But haven't y'all already won though?
the,
Like I said, you
hold
already
on,
did.
hold on. Like the decorum of things, you know, like we're supposed to respect the opposition in that way. But I think the opposition isn't playing on the same field as we are in that way. Like they're not looking to have a fair fight, if that makes sense, Edward. I don't know if you see that at all. Like I think this is where the disconnect between, like, I guess quote unquote MAGA and like Republicans in that way is that we MAGA sees a fight ahead and we aim to win, where the Republicans are going to go down a different route and try to play the usual route.
trying to play nice with
these.
And it doesn't work. It bites us in the fucking head.
Party, that's what we're
So my question is,
Does that make sense or no?
if y'all own everything right now, you literally run the entire government, why are we still having conversations as if like y'all don't? Like shouldn't we be having conversations as if like we run this shit, like what's all the shit that we about to get done to make our visions true? I mean, I guess to a degree, the
We
voting
still
rights
have
count.
people in there that are rhinos, or they're sold.
But what is a rhino though? How you gonna tell somebody that's a real Republican that's been a Republican longer than a lot of people been alive?
Why
that
have
they're
they
a rhino?
has to say that?
I'm not even a Republican, but I feel like that's low key some anti-American type shit.
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not. Listen. Well, so you know what a rhino is, man? Like, so the old term Republicans, Mitt Romney, John McCain, George Bush, Jeb Bush, you know, fucking, you know, all these assholes, dude, that are really, because they're big corporate assholes who, all they do, man, they say they're Republicans. Yet they're in bed with the Democrats. They're friends with the Democrats. They like big government. They like globalism. They like fucking
corruption there. How come you don't care about the corruption that Trump and Biden grabs away?
Mitch McConnell.
Okay, hold on, guys, hold on. Doug, you're correct.
Marshall's a huge one.
Martha, hold on. I want you guys to pick up what Doug said. You can call it whatever you want. Each one of these people represent a district in the United States government, and the people that they represent keep voting them in. True. If you want to change, hold on. If you want to change someone, change the people voting. You guys keep voting and saying it's the right. Listen, we got a Joe Biden because the state of Delaware voted him in for all those years. You got to look at we the people who keep doing it. You guys think that the top of the head is what's causing this? Remember, our country is based on we the people, not we the government. And we the people are not participating properly. And like he said, it's low value. This is what we keep talking about. We keep talking about the rhinos, but we never talk about the people and their responsibility. This is the challenge that we have, guys. Listen, our Constitution, which is part of the Bill of Rights and all these other things, right? In the Declaration of Independence, is for us to have government out of our lives. That's the framework of it. But for us to keep saying we got these people representing us, no, we got it. And I'll land on this, guys. 350 plus million Americans. We have in 2026 the most uneducated group of people in America that do not know their actual Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. So they're still relying on government. That's what they're relying on.
Trump wasn't out, first of all, remember when Trump was campaigning, who were the ones who were stopping Trump? It wasn't just the Democrats.
Yeah,
It would
Ron
be-
gets sold out.
Yeah, it would be establishment Republicans
You're right.
who fucking did not want him in there because they didn't want some unestablishment guy coming in here and fucking shit up.
McCain actually started the Russia hoax.
Yeah, but we started that. I remember he thumbed down
I'll give a specific example. I'll give a specific example about John McCain and how he betrayed the American people. He ran for nearly 6 years on repealing Obamacare. He fundraised off of it for his election. I forget if it was 2014 or 2016. It was right around there. He promised to his voters that he would repeal it. And when the opportunity arrived, he was the downvote, all because of his personal beef with Donald Trump.
Yep.
So here he was.
Thumbs down.
He betrayed American voters that had been voting for what he was selling us. But he
Not only
didn't
that,
actually
Joe,
believe
did
it.
you hear also, man, that after George Bush was chosen as the Republican nominee, he was literally so mad at the Republican establishment because he was expecting a shoe-in. When George W. Bush won, he was about to defect to the Democrat Party, and was just almost did and was talked out of it. He's just spiteful. He's a spiteful old fucking man that was trying to fuck America. And honestly, it's crazy, man. You know, I don't know. I don't think it happens.
There's something that happens to these people that run for president and then lose. It's like they lose their mind. And you can see this over the years, not just Republicans, but Democrats too. Look at how Hillary lost her senses. Look at now Kamala. She's in this swan dive going on where she's completely unhinged. And here she was just this last week saying, we have any idea is a good idea. Well, I don't know if you all are familiar with this, what she was talking about this week. But when they're having meetings about any idea is a good idea, that means there is no good ideas. The Democrats don't know.
They don't have a good idea.
Yeah, and this is what happens. This is what happened to McCain. This is what happened to Romney. Is their brand of right-wing Republican Party, whatever, it didn't win. It wasn't successful, and they held resentment over it.
They wanted to hurt the party because of it, yeah. And hurt the
Same
country.
resentment that Hillary held. Go ahead.
You know, Joe, you just brought up a great point that these individual Americans have chosen to go against the American populace. You know, what Romney did, like John McCain, you're right, it was a personal beef. Unfortunately, these guys were in that position to try to tank the presidency of, Donald Trump the first time. And now we see it, Joe, and you know this very clearly, that a lot of people keep talking about Donald Trump as if though he is the one causing all the problems. No, Donald Trump is the one exposing
All the problems, yes. And that's exactly what they were afraid of. They were afraid of it because these people have been in bed for years, man. They would fight publicly and then come together for a bipartisan pay raise and shake each other's hands and go on fucking vacation. They didn't want a good deal. They didn't want a good deal to go bad. They got Trump coming in here fucking shit up. Dude, they were willing to kill this man for it. We can't trust these fucking swamp assholes, man.
About it, I don't probably get it. I have a little bit different view on us using violence. And I know sometimes it happens even here. We had a civil war on our soil, the only one in all the nation. But this one thing I've learned. I live in California, guys, and I adopt a liberal every month if I could. And why do I adopt a liberal? To let them literally understand the difference of why they should want our country to be number one. Why should we be pro-America? But listen, guys, we're the only country where we, the people, get to decide. We do that.
Wait, you adopt a liberal? What do you mean?
What I mean by this,
Man, listen, these people.
No. Hold on. Let me answer the question, man. So what I do is I go to different places, young people. We call it 1826. What I do is I talk to young people between 18 and 24 who who are actually liberals. They may have a college degree. And I asked them, what do you actually know about America? And how were we found? And how did we get where we are? And they go, well, the government, the first thing they talk about is the government, it's bad, it's the enemy. And I said, see, you're telling me already that you hold no truth to be self-evident. I asked them that question. What truth do you hold to be self-evident? Do you know that you live in a country that you have a right to go and do whatever you want?
Oh, this is awesome, Edward. You need a podcast doing this.
I'm telling you what, I'd listen to it every day.
This is what I say, and they don't understand, because I have children. They grew up in Orange County, right? And I tell them all the time, listen, we live in the best country in the world. There's more abundance than negativity. But every program that's been instituted by government is a drain on our economy. From Section 8 to Big Pharma to whatever you want to call it, even corporate government. I mean, for us to bail anybody out of anything, no. We have a thing that if you are not just an American consumer, you should go bankrupt. Period. No one should be bailed out. That's what happened to Spirit. Okay? And everybody's complaining. No, this is not how our country works. Okay? Listen, if Edward goes out today and violates his marriage because he chose and he saw some big booty lady, my wife calls it the 4 B's, and I'll end on this. She said, use your brain, don't look at the breast, don't look at the booty, so you won't be bankrupt. We got to stop that with the young people.
Go ahead. Have you ever had a liberal female break down and cry after you defeated her mentally? Like, you ever?
I don't think they cry. I think that this was the said. A lot of them. Well, why didn't they tell me this? I said, because they don't teach civics anymore. I should have been the one teaching you this. There's no one coming to our rescue. They're telling you that they can solve your problem, but they're not in your home. They don't get to make any decisions for you. They're selling you a lie. And I went all of it.
They can't tell you you're racist. You're a racist white man.
Beaver, do you mind if I get in there?
I'll let you go after me. You know how many times I've been called that? I've been called a sellout. I lost my race car. I said, when was I issued the car? I don't know. I was born American. And I've been to 54 countries, guys. There's no place like this place. I get to choose where I want to live. I get to choose where I want to go. And people that does not look like me don't want me in their space. You know what I have a right to do? Walk away. Why would I want to work for somebody who don't want me to work for them? I mean, come on, if you don't like me, that's not my problem. That's your problem. Because I would be the best person working for you. But if you don't want that, keep moving. I'm good. And I want us all to remember this. If people come here, all they talk about is ethnic group, I don't know if the person who's ethnic is even qualified. Do they have the skill set? I hire people, all different people, Japanese, Koreans, even Muslims work in our organization. You know why? Because they have the skill set, not their ethnicity, not their religion, is what we need at the time we hire
Your
people.
sexual
Do you
orientation.
mind if I get in there,
Mr.
please?
Edward, if they don't want to hire me because I'm a woman, guess what? I'm going to keep moving. I know my worth. I'm a child of God.
Alright, so what I was gonna say, man, is that I live in a very, so I'm a conservative, obviously, right wing, but I live in the most liberal city in my state. And, mainly I do it for jobs, and it's a beautiful area, because I was actually born in the Northwest, but also, these people are not terrible. I mean, they're just misunderstood. A lot of them, yeah, there is some bad eggs, as there is some bad people on the right, but I think that, generally they're really good people by heart. They're just kind of they're misconstrued. Some of them are lost, but you can maybe change their mind, and even if they don't agree with you at the time, if you make a compelling argument with them, and something happens that you made an argument about, that was compelling, they might later realize that you were right all along, or they might just start to realize, that we're not so bad, because a lot of the left, I think, thinks we're just fucking demons here, right? But we're not. We're good people with values, and I assume some of these people are too, not all of them. But so I like to try to talk to them, and I don't push the subject, It's better to talk to it online, but sometimes you can talk to them face to face and come to an agreement. Not all of them, obviously, but it's just, I'm not afraid to speak to them face to face about it. But, you know, there's a time and a place for it. But yeah, I mean, these are Americans at the end of the day, and we can't fucking treat each other like we're a bunch of demons. So, you know,
I know.
we can't treat no one.
Mountain, did you see what happened when I came to speak? Right when I started. What did you see happen?
What's that?
Did anybody, say it again, Joe?
Right away. Wouldn't even have the conversation.
You know why? Because I don't deal with the racist rope or the yelling. You got to give me, how did you actually come to this conclusion? And give me documentation. So we all talk a lot, but I lived in this country for 62 years. And I promise you, there is no place on planet Earth that treats all their citizens better than any other country. That's why everybody want to come here, guys. Listen, if you believe that America is about ethnic groups, it's not. It's about the ideal. Can you govern your own life? That's why it says we hold these truths to be self-evident. But if you want to have a group think, just listen to what I heard this morning. They did the redistricting so that a black person could not win and represent black people. I thought they were supposed to be representing the Constitution. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I don't think it's about
I don't think.
No, he's right. There is supposed to be representation.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish.
It's not
Why
about,
do you believe I'm wrong?
it's not about electing a black person specifically. It's about electing a person that will have black people's best interests in mind, and that's what it's about. Not necessarily electing a black person.
The person that was running that got redistricted.
Hold on.
He
So
was
that's
going against the black-white lady.
Hold on, can I just be clear on something? Hold on.
Republican lady.
Can I?
Yeah, finish it.
That made a great point. So, I'm gonna ask you this: is it the interest of the American people should be the interest of all American people?
Can you explain that, please? Can you add a little bit more?
Okay. Right now, we have laws in the United States of America. Are they only for one ethnic group or for all Americans?
I guess I feel like laws are for everybody.
Exactly. So then why would Edward need someone that looks like me to represent a different interest than the rest of America?
So are you talking about again as if we were trying to specifically hire, but elect a black person?
Correct.
I guess that's the point that I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's about specifically the elect black people. It's about being able to elect candidates that will have black people's interest, which doesn't align with Republicans.
Are your interests as a ethnically black person, are they not the interest of the country?
What I feel like the way you phrased that, I'll say it like this. They had this black lady that was, I think, trying to go for Virginia. She's a Republican, and she didn't win. Me being a black person, just because she's a black Republican, I wouldn't fuck with her because the shit that she was about wasn't in black people's interests. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the point.
No, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. But her interests, were they against black people's interests based on the Constitution?
I feel like the Constitution wasn't even originally written with people like me and you in mind. So I'm just trying
No,
to...
hold on. So I want you to hear yourself. How do I know what was in the minds of those men? Do you think they were thinking about Edward?
Man, sometimes you gotta fucking read a book if you wanna know what's in the book.
At that point, and thought that. So you and I cannot be on the same foundation. I do not believe that our founding fathers were sitting around wondering how they can harm black people. I don't believe that, ever. And no one could ever convince me of that because they don't know what those men were thinking. They have no clue. But for me to think that the whole thing was based on the ethnic groups that were around, come on, man. Listen, all I say, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. But if you believe that the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence were not written for you, we're not on the same page.
That might be fair, and that's why America is great. And I still fuck with you, even though you lean because you're a brother. But I want to bring it back to the point of, we talk about the whole thing and all of that. That is not about being able to elect a literal black person, but again, to be able to elect politicians that will have black people in mind. Agree to that. Is that not a possible thing?
What some blacks want, but this is what I ask
guns, nobody said forcing them to vote Democrat. And if the Democrats really was that shitty, then why haven't the Republicans update shit to be a better motherfucking choice than the people that are being elected? The same way we sat back and we said these old rhinos that were in their districts forever that kept getting elected, the people kept electing them. It's not like it was some big ass conspiracy or anything else like that. So that's what I would say that. And the last thing I'll say is that in Ohio, which is where I'm from.
No, we're on the same page now. You know why though?
Can I say this last thing? In Ohio, where I'm from, they changed our districts. And being a black man, the first thing I noticed when I saw the districts that were changed, it was all the major areas where black people live. They did not change the districts in the country where all the white folks live. They made it so that way the black people who live in the city share more of their district with white folks who don't even live in the city. And to me, the first thing that I thought is like, damn, why would they dilute the vote? Like, what do they have to gain by diluting the vote? And I'll land there.
So, Edward, can I just chime in for 1 second? I just want to kind of
clarify
both your points. So both of your points, I think it's nuanced, right? The Constitution says that the state should determine the districts in their state, and then those districts are responsible for choosing someone that represents the interests of those districts. So when you say the interests of black people, right? Nowhere in the Constitution does it say people of a specific, race or specific color or specific ethnic background or region or whatever should have it. But they say people of certain districts. So, in Edwards, to go against Edward in one sense is technically a person in a district. It could be a complete Chinese district, and everyone there hates America, but the representative is responsible to hate America because that's what his constituents want. So in theory, the Constitution is designed in that way. So when we say, oh, well, black people need someone that's going to represent them, well, no, if black people are in a predominantly white district, then either they should move and say, hey, this district doesn't represent what I want. But to say that we have to change around everything, to say, okay, well, I want to make a black congressional district, then let's make, Indian congressional districts and Native American, that's not the way it's supposed to be. The state should determine how they want to determine the legislative districts in their area and their congressional districts. That's the power given to the states. And then those particular districts will then say, these are our interests, these are the important topics to us. Let us vote in our congressional leaders that represent us. Let us vote in our
why don't they local white areas? Why don't they go district to white areas? Why are you only for district to black?
Because it's part of the state.
No. Why did you go redistrict the white only areas? That's my point. It's not
why you are. They are. The maps are changing. Yeah. The maps change. Read them. The maps change.
It's because they give us up because they want the vote to be red. Yes, the SCOTUS says partisanship can be the number one objective of a state, and so that's what they're doing. The only thing they can't do is you have to prove that they are redrawing needs just to screw black people over, and that's not their objective. Their objective is to partisanship.
But if you're taking away,
hold on, I want to follow up after Beaver.
Isn't that defranchising?
No, that's not.
You think they're going to vote for a Democrat?
Hold on real quick. I just want to follow up after Beaver. The only way here in the South, I live in Alabama, same thing that Louisiana where I used to live, the only way that they can create these minority majority districts is by taking slivers of the city and dragging it all the way out into areas where there's other black folk to make enough of a majority to create a Democrat district. So if you just take the regional area of Alabama and make it a regional selection, it becomes a Republican majority location. So you have to actually gerrymander to make these minority majority districts rather than basing it off geography and culture as it should be.
Yeah, so with the denial of, with the striking down of the Section 2, which is majority-minority district, the court has been playing political gerrymanders, even though gerrymandering is perverts the system. They're fine. Racial gerrymanders, however, are not. Either way, Louisiana is a case where
the Supreme Court ruled that there was no racial gerrymandering. Louisiana created a map. The Fifth Circuit, which is where Louisiana is, looked at the map and said, no. This is clearly a racial gerrymandering. You can't fucking do that. Go back to the drawing board. So Louisiana is one of the states that's had to go back to the drawing board. There's no pre-clearance anymore, which was Shelby v. Holder in 2013. But the court explicitly forbids any kind of racial gerrymandering now, regardless of whether it's in favor of packing a district, a majority-minority district, or whether it's favoring white people or Asian people or Hispanic people. That's unconstitutional.
So I think something people are missing, and I'll go back to what I said.
Let me answer this question.
And I think, just let me finish if you don't mind, just very quickly. So Joe, I think Joe hit on it. Everyone was hitting on it, but the point that I said at the beginning, I think everyone should understand, right? The state is the one who determines how they draw their maps, so long as they're not drawing the maps in a way to say, oh well, this person deserves better than someone else. They can draw their map based on their interest. So here's an example. The goal is states' rights. States' rights say, hey, I should have the ability to have as many representatives as I can in the U.S. government because that's in my interest. So if I want to draw a small sliver of land as a legislative district so that I can get a congressperson in there, they can do that. Now there's different rules on the population size and things like that. The Congress has, or the state government has to say these are the rules for which the minimum size that a district can be is the maximum size. So they can choose those rules, and I think that's what SCOTUS essentially said. The legislators, as long as they vote on it and they push they have the right to choose how they do it, as long as they're not choosing it based on race or choosing ones to avoid certain races. So if you have a black person who lives in a white district, right? You don't say that representative, or if you have a black community that lives in a predominantly white community, the expectation is they're going to elect someone that will cater to both groups of people and be able to work with it. That's how it's supposed to work. Unfortunately, people are saying we need to have a black district because they need someone that looks like them. We need to have but then they never said, but then the other groups will say, well, why not have a Spanish district? Why not have a Native American district?
It's not about people that look like them because that Tennessee district was ran by a white man that they redistricted. It wasn't even ran by a
understand, but you're missing what I'm saying.
And he was
It's
going
about
against
a black
Republican woman, bro.
Are you talking about with?
Hold on, Kitty, get out the car. Kitty, get out the car.
No, you're not right. That's not fair.
I'm
talking about
I'm not lying. You can look this up, Kitty. Relax.
No, you're lying.
No, no.
Don't accuse him of lying if you don't actually know he is.
Let's concede. Let's concede once.
Marsha
If
Blackburn.
he's right.
He's not talking about Marsha Blackburn.
Yeah, Kitty. Let's concede. She's a senator. She's a state senator. She represents. Okay. We're talking about I'm talking about Marsha Blackburn.
Oh my God.
Marsha Blackburn. But the point is that understand that even if you take a community of black people and put them together, right, and say, okay, we want to make it, that means the state is openly looking at race as one of the determining factors of who they want to have in Congress. Isn't that racist? Because then, from the country, they've lived there for a long time, they can sue the state and say, hey, how come you didn't give me represent people that are interested in my interest, not someone that looks like me? Someone that's, you have a representative. Well, so why do black people get that preference and not others? Well, historically, this is what, no, but that's unfair. So that's what the Supreme Court essentially said is we need to we need to be colorblind in doing this and put the districts however you want. Now, that allowed the political gerrymandering because it goes, hey, now we can base it on conservative. Well, that's not really, can't discriminate, in many ways. That's not considered discriminating class. So that's what happened.
Thank you. Now, Mike, you so thirsty.
Did you want to talk?
I would like to say something.
Thank you. From our show. We're getting further away from our show.
Very quickly before I wash my dog, in honor of the President Trump House. And I really wish that you people would follow it if you haven't, because it's really amazing. And also in honor of, this is the preamble of the Constitution of the United States. We the people of the United States in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide in common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish the Constitution of the United States of America.
Hey,
Okay, now you.
hey, I just wanna wake something up for y'all. That way nothing there, bro. She wasn't
Thank
She
you,
wasn't
Matt.
even talking like that, bro. But hey, but fellas, what I want, and even Edward, even my black brothers in here, what I want us to understand is, I think you get the vitriol from black people because of slavery not being accounted for. I think that's the bottom line of the things. If slavery was accounted for, I think that black people would be more on board for what's going on, bro. They wouldn't even have a fucking issue. But that sole problem has not been accounted for, bro. And I think that's where a lot of the black people's pushback and vitriol and not trusting them comes from. And I can't knock them for doing that. It's some brothers like me that think out the box and don't just go blue no matter who. But I'm rare, and I think that a lot of their pushback comes from that. And there's nothing wrong with saying that either.
But let me ask you a question, mister.
What do you mean by slavery?
Hold on.
No, wait, hold on.
No. I'm not holding anymore. I'm not holding anymore. I've been holding.
Beaver, let me.
No. Wait. No, I'm joking.
Let me come with my brother Beaver, and
No, wait, what do you mean by slavery?
I will answer your questions when we're done, bro. Because it's simple.
What do you mean with that? What are you talking about?
Kitover, this is one of the things that I try to challenge people of color on. Okay? Very important. So, mister, you made a statement, and I want to make sure we're on the same page. When was the last time a slave was purchased on the soil of America?
It was. Fuck. I have the day too, but you cooked me on that. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, but this is what I want you to realize. You can't blame a government on commerce.
But we're not just talking about slavery either, bro. We
No,
talking about Jim Crow laws.
No, hold on.
We talking about how the government flooded our
hold on, mister.
drugs in the 90s, bro. It's a couple of things that haven't been accounted for. And I think
Mister,
that
hold
they
on.
need to be accounted for, and these people would be on what y'all talking about. I'm telling y'all.
Mister,
I talk
hold
to
on.
these people all the time, bro, and I be trying to get them to see what we see, but that be the thing that gets in the way. That's why I asked for an example.
So
give an example.
No, I know. He can't do that because there's no example
I'm just
for it.
trying to let you talk, Edward.
No. Okay, mister, all the things you just said, Jim Crow, use that terminology. That was in one segment of the United 13 colonies. It was not all black people affected by that. Okay? So hold on, mister. You got to make sure you know the nuances. Okay? I've never met a slave. Never been a slave owner. I'm 62. My dad was born in 1990.
My dad is 73 years old. He was affected by Jim Crow laws, and my mom. They literally tell me stories about it, bro. So your anecdotal experience is not anything that's.
I know,
my people have been through, bro.
Mister, I know, but you can't blame the whole group of people.
I'm not blaming the whole group of nobody. I'm blaming the fucking government. What is wrong with you, Edward?
Hold on.
White people.
No, hold on.
Problem with white people. I do business with white people every day.
Mister, I'm not fighting you. You just said you blame the government. I know, but you said you blame the government. Who's the government? Did you name
the government is mixed with all types of people. It ain't just white people.
See, he capping for these white folks. Y'all having to cap off for white people.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. It's really interesting.
Bro, all I'm telling you is that you would get your brothers and sisters on board to what in the way that you think if literally slavery, Jim Crow laws, the way that they flooded our hoods or our neighborhoods in the 90s with drugs, if we got that, all of that shit accounted for, then it would be a different energy when it comes to this shit. We may be able to come to the table in agreement, but because of that, it's a lot of people like
shit about nothing, but they think they went to college and they just so fucking like they don't even do their history and learn shit. They fucking dumb. Not equal knowledge. You talk to those dumbass people and they give you those dumbass answers. But what I'm telling you is there are people in here that do the homework and know the history, and the only reason why they not siding with something that makes sense. Because I think a lot of the shit that y'all talk about makes sense, which is why I be going back for both sides. I'm an independent, but I'm telling you, if you want to get your brothers and sisters in line, from what you think, that has to be accounted for. It has to.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Let me just interject here. Look, Mister, the Democrat Party has been the perpetuator of all these grievances from slavery to Joe. However, the application of where the punishment wants to be laid on is white people in general, and then white Republicans particularly, when white Republicans are not actually the ones that were responsible for any of this.
Did you not hear that I said that it's not
curiosity,
just white people, bro? I'm not blaming just white people.
I know you're not. No, I know you're not. So I'm not trying to put you where you have to defend yourself. But I do know the arguments, right? So the idea is, why not hold the Democrat Party liable through a class action lawsuit for descendants of chattel slavery?
We hold they dumbass liable too. I don't think they are. But look,
you could actually hold the Democrat Party liable for these issues.
Joe, you're talking to me. Fuck what they got going on. I'm holding both parties liable because they are both a part of the government.
Why would you hold the Republican Party liable?
What do you mean, why? Because they let it happen.
Because the perpetuators of the
they let it happen.
They fought against it. In fact, Mister, they fought against it.
Bro, I know my history, man. I know my history, brother. The birth of the Republican Party had black people involved. I get it, brother. I get it, brother. I know that.
But then why would you want to hold the Republicans accountable and not the Democrats?
Yeah, but hold on, Joe. Mister, when Joe is speaking, in order for you to be able to understand what he's trying to convey,
he's got a history that I already know, Edward.
Hold on, I know, but he doesn't know.
I probably know the history.
Mister, listen, it's not a peeing contest, okay? We're not trying to pee.
I'm not trying to be in a contest. I'm literally telling y'all. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want your people to be on your side, and think like you, this has to be accounted for. What is so hard about understanding that, brothers?
I'm going to tell you what's hard about it. I don't want people to think like me. I want people to think American. That's what I want them to do. Think American.
I want people to think for themselves.
Mister, you got to understand very clearly, okay? Slavery was horrible. Horrible. Okay? It was bad. But all Americans did not own slaves.
I ain't forget about you either, bro. It's not that I don't want to answer your question. I just want to get done building with Edward, bro. I ain't forget about you. It got nothing to do with
I want you to go ahead and answer.
White people all the time, bro.
Okay, I know, but listen, see what you call them? I call them Americans. You tell me my brothers and sisters. I don't have brothers and sisters. I have fellow Americans, because I'm an American. Okay? All day, every day. I just happen to be ethnically black. But what we got to do is we got to be very careful that we're saying that there was injury done to one group of people at the hands of
you brother. I said brothers.
I know. Okay, Mister, I want to ask you a question, Mister. No, Mister, hold on. Are you only here to answer to respond or answer to understand?
The thing is, I'm responding because I understand where you're coming from. What's frustrating for me is y'all not understanding what the fuck I'm saying. That's where the frustration
maybe it's a you problem.
You told me every victim injury that you believe happened at the hands of an American. That's what you told me. You want to blame the government, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans. You're telling me that someone...
We got a lot of things to address. We ain't talking about Jim Crow yet.
Was people having commerce.
We haven't even gotten to Jim Crow. Hello?
The people that own land, they own actual land, and they needed workers. And those workers happened to be, at the time, ethnically black people.
No!
And you know, you guys on mute just because you don't know how to address it.
He called me an N-word.
Okay? I'm going on mute.
That's cool, man. You're not one of my areas,
shit.
man. You literally on the same level as me, bro. It's all
Yeah.
good, though. But
Yeah.
I'm literally
Yeah.
giving y'all
Yeah.
a reason or a solution to your problems. Because we keep on saying, why black people won't get on board with this? Why black people won't get on board? I'm telling y'all what would solve that problem, and black people can get on board, and we can move
Oh
forward.
shit, he got the solution.
Hold on, Mister. For the record, no one in this room has said why aren't black people getting on board. That hasn't been advocated.
That's literally what Edward was saying, Joe. That's basically what he was saying, Joe. Maybe not you.
Hold on. Let me speak for myself, okay? First of all, I don't want black people on board or nothing. I want black people to be an American. I don't know where you get that from. That's not what I was saying, bro.
You want black people to be on board with being American. If you want black people to be on board with being American, this is the solution, stupid man.
No. Okay, hold on, mister. It's going to be the last time that you call me an N-word or stupid head. Because you can communicate much better, bro. Okay? Okay, I'm going on mute, okay?
Okay, Edward. Go on mute anytime. We're waiting, Edward.
Can I answer your question, Beaver?
Yeah, please.
If we did so long time ago, they would have been over with.
No, my bad, bro.
Can I say Trump is a waste suit of fucking Israeli plat?
Nobody cares. Shut up.
Damn, they shot the fuck out of him. Beaver, ask your question for me again, because, you know.
All right, if you need to be accounted for and black people to be on board, which I think you're probably correct. I mean, that is definitely correct. But like, what could be an example that something can be accounted for? Like, can you give me what you have in mind?
Oh, the same thing we always fucking talk about, Beaver. Reparations, bro. But reparations don't look
Gotta get me my money. I need $75,000.
Giving black people some type of power.
Ooh.
Hello?
Hello?
Tell me like that. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Tell me like.
Yeah, it would be a form of black people able to have some type of power to control some industry in America, so that all people.
A black industry dominated by the black man.
Not just be fucking consumers. That's it. And the reason why I say that is because it's almost been orchestrated for us to be consumers. And I feel bad for these brothers that don't go out and try and create their own. But even when we create our own, we still don't dominate that industry. And it needs to be an industry that we dominate. And we have been shut out of multiple industries when we were trying to actually create something, i.e. maybe even the hair. I'm not asking for y'all to give us support to something, even though my brother came an idea that sounded fire, because we talk about all these black cities, right? The St. Louis, Chicago, Memphis, all of these cities are on the Mississippi River. And I'll be like, damn, how are you niggas on the Mississippi River and y'all missed out on $350 billion that's being made on the Mississippi River through those ports that are in your city, my nigga? What are y'all doing? Well, Beaver, I'll
making money off those ports. What are you talking about?
And so, Beaver, I'll sit here and be like, there is a time where black people in America have to take accountability to where we are in America, because, like you said, we do have the same rights and everything as everybody else. So now, yes, there has to be some type of accountability for us not taking action. But even if we took action, we are 100 years behind. If you look at the wealth gap looks the way it does because it was a 100-year head start. And I'm not bitching about it. I'm cool with that. I'm with for myself. My brother down there, the motherfucker, he's with.
I'm gonna waste your Saturday trying to convince you of a scam that'll never happen.
It needs to be something.
Yeah, that's what's up.
It needs to be some type of form of reparations, because now
gotta be reparated. Motherfucker, what a waste of time.
Fucking ice.
Sorry,
Hello?
Let me say this. If I were you, what I would do, because if the government did this, this would be, unconstitutional. To give something to just that benefits a particular race. Now, reparations would be a different story. But if I were you guys, the markets that you own right now, you dominate professional sports, and you dominate entertainment. If you guys were if LeBron and all these guys are we're not going to play until you let us have ownership of these
something like that. Use what you have. But that's why I think these niggas, that's why I think some
Damn,
niggas
brother.
and they not really representation of black people. They puppets. That's why I don't like them niggas either. Yeah, but that's what you have. Those are the cards you have. I agree with you, but then Beaver, then we gotta take this into account because Ice Cube has his own NBA or his own league that's similar to the NBA, and guess what the NBA is doing? Lock him out of that shit.
Right. That's why the players should say we're not playing until this happens. You have to use the cards you have.
And I agree.
So I have two very practical questions. I have two very practical questions about this.
I got questions. I ain't got no answers.
I'm not telling you my personal opinion. I'm just going to ask you about the Congress. There is a reparations bill called H.R. 40, and it's never made it out of committee.
Oh,
My first question is, hold on. My first question is, how do you get that motherfucker out of committee?
I don't know, Marshall. How do
How
we get it out of committee?
Number one, and I can't tell you whether the committee has been dominated by white people or by black people. I'm unsure. That's the first question. The second question is, if we created a reward, like a thing specifically for one group.
Can I answer that one question before you move
Wait
on?
till I finish asking the question.
Go one at a time.
How do we get it out of committee? So there's 5 things that you have to do. Committee leadership must schedule it. 1.
Oh shit.
2. Enough members support moving it. 3. House leadership has to prioritize
You
it.
use ChatGPT to get that answer.
And 5. The Senate and the President.
Oh my
That's how
God.
we get it out of committee.
Yeah,
I like that. That's
Good one. I like
follow up on
that. That's smart.
Just 16 years ago, we had a black president. Democrat Party had 60 senators, and they had control of the House. They easily could have taken this up.
Joe, that's why
However,
he's a bitch ass nigga. That's why we don't. That's why I don't fuck with him.
Clearly, the Democrat Party would rather just fundraise off of this issue and use it as a wedge issue to gain power, but never actually address the issue.
But Joe, I'm one of the brothers that here. Hold on, bro.
Excuses. Clearly, this could have been addressed during Barack Obama's presidency. Democrats had a super majority. They clearly had a super majority. They could have shoved anything down, any agenda they wanted. Yet they batted around for a year Obamacare. Hold on. It cared more to Obama to enrich the health insurance companies than it did to solve any community organizing issue that he rose in power on.
And so I agree with you totally about everything. I literally debate with my homie about Obama. No, I agree with you totally. Obama is a bitch ass nigga, man.
Oh my
and
God.
Why I even say that. And see, but this is where identity politics comes in.
We can only do an hour of that show.
If physicalism is true, on independent grounds, because what that amounts to saying is that, hey, what we really are looking for on physicalism is a theory that like reduces the first personal to the third personal, like semantically or conceptually, right? So like that's not what I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for a theory that says like a single object, so a single object item can satisfy from 2 different directions, if you like, right? So it's like it can satisfy description in third personal terms and first personal terms, right? Whereas like they want to say no,
I have to brush my son's teeth. Like, give me like 5-10 minutes.
Me, when I was speaking.
I'll be back in.
He's running away. So has Trump responded to that? Where he kind of like
a lifted Tundra,
very
nice RV and a Harley
So,
on the back.
type B physicalism requires something called strong necessities, right? Which just is this idea that like you have a statement, like say pain is identical to C fiber fire, something like that. That statement has a necessary primary intention and a necessary secondary intention, which I won't go over.
Posteriori necessity or something.
Yeah, but it's a posteriori. Chalmers wants to say, standard Kripkean a posteriori necessities don't have both necessary one and necessary, right?
Okay.
They were like one contingent. I think it's. I always forget which one is which. I think it's one contingent, two necessary for the Caribbean ones.
I don't know. I think it started as a tool, but I think, dude, I don't know. I think there's something going on there. There's like some sort of psychological thing going on there.
I think it's inspired speech. He's inspired.
Exactly. I love what he says.
You don't hear the laugh underneath his trolling. There's actually a smile underneath that.
He's like, I figured out the Trinity for you guys.
And he's telling the Muslims the other day, I'm getting them to our side. Because, like, why would you, that's a strategy. Why would you declare it in front of the people you're trying to entice?
I think it's because Becky realizes the emanation concept must be the case.
And because of that, they have the one. It's one necessary and two necessary, but it's a posteriori because we learn about it from theoretical physics and stuff. So we can't just figure that out a priori.
He has no choice.
So yeah, I mean, I think there probably are other examples of strong
That's why isn't that why he says, like, if you reject the Christian metaphysics on the Trinity, you have a problem?
You think there are examples of
He knows that. He's
a posteriori analytic truths?
There's comfort in that. And he got his view.
That I'm not so sure about.
The good old days.
It depends. Like, that's an interesting question, but I take it to be kind of separate. Like, I think that
For holding to
you
exactly.
can also have the way you're analyzing something.
I always get that for.
He's still inspired by Allah.
Yeah. He's not inspired. He wants all to come to that. To Islam. He's also very motivated. And he's very attached to the Arab. In him, very quickly you see, like, in times of high emotional states, the first thing that comes out is his Arabness and the other person's race. His attachment to Quran again, the language, so a lot about Arabic, how it's the perfect language and has perfect intelligibility.
And it's one of the youngest languages yet.
It is like that though, Muslim. So
Not one of the youngest languages. I feel like Moshe is the only one in here that's not a kafir of their religion.
Moshe is kafir, Allah kafir, but Nur Allah of kafir. He'd never be open to the argument I made to Nizam about the Quran. Just like how Nizam's freaking out, it's behaving like this thing, cray. Mika started to yell at me and pass at me right away.
What's the argument against the Quran?
It's not against, it's an argument for all scripture actually. The one that I made of the shots, just the basic, to provide evidence for, not the truth value, just the historical claim actually, that these are the words of such and such a person.
But isn't that historical claim about the Quran?
I've seen a few times, it's just the lack of organization. Okay, Black Americans have tried to start movements of people that pro-reparations, but this is the thing, pro-Americans, to a default closure errors. Okay, we know that a lot of Americans aren't ready for that. Okay, you and I think we know, and we also are
A lot of
still
Americans
fighting
aren't ready
that
for a new
system of oppression
scam.
in the United States. Okay. And we also know that there are some unseen, visible hands that we can't trust because we've seen them dismantle our attempts for reparations. COINTELPRO, God knows what else is unsaid. So we have to go outside again. We look to the world and we gotta say, look, world, help us out. This is what we want. This is what we want to do in the United States. Will you work with us? Then we gotta get people in all 50 states. We gotta get people to sign on all 50 states. It has to be reasonable. And then that list of things that you said, working organizations, having solutions, very organized. Those 5 things that you had listed of how we could get the reparations bill not only out of committee but voted on out of committee to this and approved and implemented. That's what it's going to be. And I mean, I don't think the Jews are going to be too happy about it, but they have wonderful blueprints. They're very organized, and that's what I say.
She's going to beat you. And you have to realize the reason why they have their power is really because
she creates multiple videos.
They control the money. They have always controlled the banks and the money, which is why they got kicked out of 107 countries because they always controlled the money. It was a strategic.
Yours
in my
is
not.
not.
You want to go? Yeah, Alan, you can go. You can go.
I'm gonna go after that.
Yeah.
What will you do?
See, here's the thing. Yeah, everything you said about Jews is that's what they do. And you know why it works? They're useful to the people they appeal to. It is useful to have someone who knows about banking, or it's useful to have someone who knows about politics. And who are they useful to? The majority. Specifically,
What do you mean? She's a black woman. That's all the qualifications anyone needs in 2026. She's going to beat you. She creates multiple videos a day. Her momentum is real. Yours is not. What will you do for Illinois and USA if elected?
You know, you had Hillary Clinton calling Republicans deplorables, and Joe Biden accusing everyone on the right of being racist MAGA. So I guess the whole idea of representing everyone went out the window. But the point is still valid. When Obama was president, he understood that if he appealed only to black people, 13% of the population, he wasn't going to last as president very long. The point is, you have to represent everyone. That means, unfortunately, as a politician, you have to balance the interests of everyone. Now, how is giving black people 22 trillion or 40 trillion or whatever that number happens to be at the moment, how does that benefit the interests of white Americans? How does it benefit them to say we are going to put the country 22 or 40 trillion dollars or quadrillion, excuse me, I'm underestimating it. How does that help me in my day-to-day life to give a minority population millions of dollars individually? It doesn't. It doesn't appeal to them. So if you're going to gain political clout, number one, you got to get off this reparations BS, because all it is, and what we recognize it for, is yet another grip over the fact that there was slavery and it was bad for everyone. That's number one. Number two, if you were a black politician, yeah, because white people are the majority of this country, and guess what? In 10 years, when it's Hispanic people, they're not going to give, when they're the majority, they're not going to give you any of their money. I guarantee it, because they hate you more than even white people.
Is there a red dot on Stacey's forehead?
Ultimately, is you see black politicians who are conservatives getting elected to Congress in their own merit, but you don't see the same coming up in Democrat or blue states. Why? Because you see politicians like Jasmine Crockett or Maxine Waters or others who are just spewing the same racist, anti-white agenda, and the only reason they get elected is because of those districting, which says, oh, okay, we need some ghetto black ratchet politicians in government.
Bro,
and so
Maxine
we're
Waters
gonna
ain't
draw
get,
lines.
like, what the fuck is you talking about? I'll agree
Talking
with
about is the
I'll
fact
agree
that
with
as soon as yeah,
I'll
I
agree
know
with the Jasmine Crockett shit, but Maxine Waters is like, bro, chill out with that shit. Just make your
yeah,
shut the
Maxine
fuck
Waters
up.
is gonna riot in the streets until we
Make
get
your
what
point
you
and shut the
want.
fuck up with that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you I
Yeah.
you and I
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. So
Shut the F
you
up.
know, but
Shut up.
Shut up. That's the
Shut up.
yeah, I know. I
Shut
can't make
up.
you shut up.
Shut up.
Same way you
You better shut up. Shut up. You better shut up.
In real life,
Shut up.
I would fuck you up.
Who in real life he will fuck Alan up?
I would fuck you up in real life.
Mmm. Move the mic around, man. Move the mic around, man. Fuck you, motherfucker. I fuck you up in real life.
You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish.
You know, MF, I liked what you said. Okay, I'm not fighting with you. So don't go down that, okay, who's got the bigger dick? We'll both end up sounding like idiots.
You know I got the biggest dick.
So let me get I don't know if
yeah,
it's measuring.
Yeah, and if you do MF, it's because
I
mine was too big. I had it reduced down to.
Get started. So I'll say this. After sentiment 3, here's my approach to it. So when it comes to Black Americans, the biggest issue that we have, is that we don't operate like the whole world.
Shit, they don't operate like the whole fucking
The
world.
world operates off of families and bloodlines. And you being able
Bloodline. Back to the blood.
is the biggest issue with Black Americans. Because if they actually took the time to do their genealogy, they realized that all of these abandoned lands in various places throughout and overseas and other places, they would realize.
Oh shit, overseas even. They got dominions overseas.
Shit. All I gotta do is go back to what my family owned. But
Shit, he gotta go back in time to get what he owed now.
50s, 60s, and 70s used niggas to tell us this story that all black people and all of your ancestors came from Africa, and as if Africans
My
were
people ain't come from Africa for.
I know. I'm just speaking to the generation.
I don't like no booty scratching niggas either.
Ooh shit.
As if Africans weren't enslaving each other, as if Europeans over here weren't enslaving each other, and as if Europeans over there weren't enslaving each other. Slavery was big business all throughout the world at this point in time. And the only way people can kind of unclutter these things is to do their personal genealogy to see specifically what happened to them. Now, some people say, well, slavery in Europe was not like slavery over here. Bullshit. Because I can show you people who did their family tree and went back to Europe and wrote a book about it, and they talked about how their ancestors had their hands tied behind their back, and then they had a lever that pulled their arms up in the air backwards, and they were suspended in the air. And if they didn't tell them who the rest of their family members were, they would release the lever and it would drop down, and they would catch it at the last minute and put their arms out their socket. Like, these are real stories of people who trace their family lineage back to, the 16 and 1500s, and, in some cases 1400s. And it's all based on genealogy. But in the 50s and 60s, they put niggas in front of us to tell us this story that, hey, this is your story. They don't know shit of family, but they doctored up this whole concept that we're going to relegate history to this group of people, and everybody got to prove what this group of people say, and niggas never went back to figure out and validate if what these niggas are saying is true. So now you have a one-size-fits-all story that's watered down, and they just bust the shit down to all black people come from Africa. Okay, now, fast forward slaves were destroyed. This wasn't taught in school. At least that's what I was taught down here in Atlanta. Now, when you open up HR 40, it's only 12 pages, and you read HR 40, section, I think it's like 5E1, literally says they're going to use evidentiary documentation to prove that 4 million slaves came up, and that's what birthed to be the Black American population of the 13% today. Now, how in the hell are you going to prove this if you taught us in grade school that the records were destroyed? This is another Democratic to keep Black people focused on what the fuck they can control. And we keep handing over our own destiny, our own ingenuity, our own ability. Excuse me, is the person that's holding you back when literally imposter syndrome. Start 12 businesses, and you can't do all of this bankruptcy shit because our economy is not as developed, and it's going to cause too much financial harm to our economy, and then they start throwing niggas in jail if they file bankruptcy too many times. Like, only in America is where you can do this type of shit, where you can fail and fail and fail and fail, and all you need is one opportunity to fuck. So we bought into this story where we are not the controllers and dictators of our own future. And it's always somebody else's issue that we can't fix our own collective and our more importantly, our own individual issue. Saying, okay, I see AI kicking off right now. Let me go and learn something about this shit. Let me sacrifice the shit that I like doing on the weekends, hanging out with the homies and shit like that. I might have to miss a few barbecues. I might have to miss a few birthday parties, gatherings, social gatherings. I might have to miss New Year's. I might have to miss all of this shit because I'm willing to put that aside to sacrifice on the shit that's really important so that way I can change my condition. All of that shit has been relegated to a white man who is our quote-unquote, and this is the goddamn Democrat Party that keep recycling this shit, and it makes it hard for people to get out of the hole because they think somebody else is responsible for their condition. When at the end of the day, it's our own issue. That's what the fucking problem is.
Hey, sorry, good to see you. Good to see you, brother. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you say that other nations had slaves?
Yes, sir.
So are you telling me that what I was taught, that Black people were the only victims of slavery? Was that wrong teaching?
That's not what you was taught.
That's wrong teaching.
Chattel slavery and that other shit is wait, like, bro, stop it.
Let me finish.
Fucking coon.
Oh, this why are you jumping into a conversation?
There was no difference, bro. There was no difference. Maybe how you became a slave was different, but the conditions on a plantation, whether that plantation was in America, whether that plantation was in Africa, plantation was slave.
Meg and Haiti are two examples of the Europeans participating. They got a lot. The English, the French got a lot of their early money at the beginning of 1700s out of those slave plantations in the Caribbean.
Let's let Edward finish his point real quick. Go ahead.
Thank you. The reason why, it's Sword, I wasn't taught that. Sword, that you and I've had conversations about the fact that we're responsible for our own lives. And for me to think at 62 years old, some white guy is sitting in his home thinking about Edward would be asinine. I'm not going to teach it to my children or my grandchildren. I'm going to teach my children that they are in the best experiment in the history of men called America. We're an ideal. Now, if you don't like the ideal, then you're going to miss out because everything else is a bunch of noise. And what you said, Sword, about that they've been teaching for years and years and years and doing this over and over is just absolutely crazy that a group of people could be so bewildered in 2026 by the Black Caucus, all of the people out here talking about chattel slavery and all this other stuff, that we were treated so bad, but yet stand tall because, and I'll end on this. I grew up in the era of crack cocaine. I seen them on the streets of Springfield, Massachusetts.
You smoking?
And I've never done drugs in my life. I don't care what they bring. I don't care how many times they make drugs legal. I don't care how much alcohol they make legal. Every individual person still have a choice. Okay, we keep believing that just because someone dropped something off in someone's neighborhood, that all of a sudden the drug shit jumped on them. Every individual person is responsible for the outcome of their own.
I'm sorry, Edward, but yes, I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking about you. I go to sleep at night, I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you all the time. So there is, in fact, a person who is thinking about you all the time. I just want to let you know that.
Bro, you had. I'm just gonna say one more thing.
Alan, I got your hello, Alan.
Yeah, I was gonna say one.
I think you cut off. Say it again.
I'll just land by saying this. Yeah, we gotta stop doing the blame thing, man. And I'm not saying you all three because I know your position, bruh. Like, if you are an example of the possibility, there's nothing that's stopping another brother or sister from doing the same thing. Inspiration can come from anywhere in here who can't even speak the fucking language, can't write, can't read. How the fuck are they able? Yeah, I guess sometimes there's folks.
Dang, Sword. Me or Sword in the week?
Yeah,
you want your story. Hey, look, Sword gets his tonight bed. I'll weigh in here. When you look back in history, the idea of reparations has been sold in many different forms. In '99, the Housing Act passed by Truman that created the poverty centers in urban cities. It was used by the Democratic Party to be able to relocate black voters so they could take majorities in many of the cities. However, when you look back on it years later, it's blamed as one of the causes of racial disparity. Same with the education reforms and the Great Society by LBJ. There's an idea, it's sold in the essence of we need to help with black folk, and then years later, it gets reframed as if it's a part of the issues of disparity. We've seen many different issues come up over the years, affirmative action, and as lately as DEI. As long as black folks continue to believe that they're not being used as political pawns in this game, that it advances some sort of issue that allows that party to gain power, and then is later, as it loses its luster, it then gets framed as being a cause of the disparity between it. It keeps black folk trapped in this idea that there's still this, society hasn't done enough. So, I mean, like, I support the Republican Party using the idea of reparations to advance a conservative agenda. I think the federal government owns way too much land. 28% of the United States of America is owned by the federal government. A lot of that land is areas that have energy below it. I would support honoring the deal that was made of issuing 40 acres to descendants of chattel slavery, as long as there was a competitive agreement between energy companies where they can go in and get that energy out, and that black folk would be able to then gain.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is Kiss the prince, grease the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
As a curiosity and kind of a problem to be solved. And if you hear him speak, his mindset is completely different. And it makes a big difference on your attitude towards opportunity in America. And you know, it's sort, if you're still there, I'm driving. Yeah, you're still there. No, when you were talking about genealogy and not knowing your genealogy, I wasn't sure where you were going with it. But what I get from that, you know, what is, if I understood you, is that, or I'll interpret what you said. I won't try to assume to know everything of what you meant. But what I get from that is that, yeah, genealogy can be important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. And as an example of that, one of the billionaires that Trump looks up to and saw, I don't know if he was ever a mentor, was a guy named Kirk Kerkorian. And he came to this country. He was an immigrant. He came to this country with nothing, and yet ended up being a billionaire. So, yeah, all of that is important or can be important, but it's not a limitation. And yeah, and I got your point that the Democrats use that as yet another creating yet another another crutch to control the narrative of black people in this country.
Force the Democrats to then try.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony. Oh, I'll pass you the mic right after. Look, force the Democrats then to have to take away the energy drilling on federal lands from actual voters, that vote predominantly for Democrats, not in whole, but predominantly for Democrats. You would be pinning a voting bloc against their primary party in many aspects. So, but that's all it is. I mean, but it won't solve it. Just so people know, the issue will come back up in another 30, 40, 50 years, rebranded and reframed, and whatever issues come from that. The corporations took all the money. We didn't get enough. You name what it is, right? Like there will be some grievance that comes from it, and the best I can say is eventually black folk that still fall for a lot of this political rhetoric, that they have to break from that idea. I think Edwards got the idea. You got to think of yourself as an American, not as just your identity, your skin color, right?
Yo, so, Joe,
until that pattern broke.
I'm confused by you. Are you a
Sam,
Republican?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but this guy's confusing.
Yes, I'm a Republican. Go ahead, Ann.
Are you conservative?
So
very conservative, like very, very conservative. Yes, I don't believe the federal. Like, let me give you an example. I don't believe the federal government should own roughly 28% of the country. Do you? I believe in limited government.
Maybe that's where I'm a little, maybe if you want to call me a liberal conservative Republican, I believe in preservation of the land. I don't want corporate sector to just gobbling up all those nature preserves.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not talking about getting rid of Yosemite, but there's a lot of lands. I mean, look at the state of Nevada. There's a lot of land that has natural gas under it that the federal government is not allowing any development on, that we could clearly develop on. And using some sort of social issue to advance it. These aren't places where people want to live. And I'm not saying going and taking Rocky Mountain National Park. No, these areas should be preserved. However, get out in your car and drive through the West and pull out a map and look. It's easy to find how much federal land is owned. And this is where those debates over, especially out in Alaska, the federal, when every time the Democrats get in power, they rescind the permits to be able to drill for that energy, right? And then when the Republicans get back in office, they reissue those permits to drill on federal land. Well, to take that argument completely away, you pin a voting block against the Democrats is the agenda.
Okay, well, I guess the difference between me and you is just debating really whether that land should be used or not. Because there's a lot of beautiful land I don't want to see get ruined. Factories and drilling sites. The United States of America is beautiful topography-wise.
Yeah, but it's the only area. If you look at the East isn't owned by the federal government. Many areas in the West is owned by the federal government. To the tune of 28% of our land is owned by the federal government. I don't know if a lot of people know that. That land should be handed back over to the states. For the states to be able. Now there's bases and there's locations. Some of the areas wouldn't be usable, but areas out like in the Nevada region and stuff, it's all natural gas out there. This is just desert. I mean, what do you mean? Like, you don't want us to be able to use our land?
No, I get you, because I travel to 42 states. I get you with Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. I just don't want like Oregon, the beautiful areas like Oregon, Northwest, Midwest regions, that nature, beautiful nature, just.
This man is a clown. He thinks he can win by creating Trump
out
hate
there in the
videos
desert,
every
New
day.
Mexico, where it's just out miles and miles and miles of just desert. Fine, nobody's gonna know it. It's not a big. But out there, Midwest.
I didn't want to ask him a question.
Edward, let's please not go any further down this rabbit hole, man. It's an obscure point.
It's okay.
I don't even know how we got on it, but I just wanted to address something when I came in the room. Alan was talking. I deferred to the moderator Joe, and so I just want to hop in really quick. I noticed, Alan mentioned genealogy. There's a comment in the chat about genealogy. I don't know what came prior to me coming in. I'm not indicting anybody's comments. I really don't care about genealogy. I think it's stupid, but that's just, I'm one man with one opinion. It doesn't really matter. As it relates to...
Look at this is John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayoral.com, John Kitover, Chicago.com, MayorKitover.com. We're listening to a group of supposed conservatives talk about everything under the sun today. I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday.
I was
watching...
Enjoy.
Matt Wall
Walsh, and he did a little episode on John Brown. Very interesting episode. I recommend everybody go watch it. And it brought something to my attention that I had no idea about. Didn't know this, and I'm embarrassed. You know, a lot of people don't probably know this, but I had no idea. In the Confederate States, prior to the Civil War, does anybody know what percentage of white people owned slaves?
1%.
It was less than 5%. Less than 5%.
Less than 5% of all people. So 5 out of every 100 owned a slave.
Stop talking about this shit. This idea of reparations.
It is a scam.
It's such a dumb idea. It's
it ain't dumb if you can get $100,000 check. A lie so good, you ever tell a lie so good it ain't even a lie no more.
For slavery, that dog will never, ever,
I was in the army.
It just needs to stop being attacked. My humble opinion.
Yeah, I think I agree. It needs to be stopped. It needs to stop being a topic. But it's not going to stop until our country has felt that there has been necessary and sufficient repair of what the implications of what the legacy of slavery left to the United States and what we still experience today. I'm not happy. I'm not satisfied. I think there's more things that we could do. And honestly, I hate to say this, but I get frustrated by everybody talking about, oh, it's a stupid idea, but no, it's not.
Reparations is not a stupid idea. It's so smart. We give every dark skin colored person $100,000. That's a great idea. Just because of the color of the skin, the way that the light reflects the melatonin.
The opportunities that the country offers is amazing. We just have to be organized enough to get the word out and to figure out how we can move forward. There are
gotta get the reparation word out, and then everything gonna be okay. Everything gonna be normal again. No more racism ever.
Reparation organizations all band together and did like a
we're gonna band together and get you that check.
I think that there could be so much done with that. You have
it's a
the
great
national,
idea.
NCOBRA, right? That Marshall brought up, HR 40. NCOBRA, that's all NCOBRA, National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. That is still around today, and they're doing great things. When I was in Kansas, my father-in-law, he was part of just a Kansas City coalition. And it's, I would say it's a coalition, something like that. But it by a guy named Mickey Dean, who was the founder of that. And it's a Kansas City Reparations Coalition, right? And these are all grassroots stuff, grassroots reparation organizations, right? There is stuff in, there's a Robin Simons, First Repair. She did this whole thing where she helps people understand how to pass and how to work with your state and your local cities to pass local reparation programs. This is the type of shit that we need to be continuously educating everybody else so we can get the things that we need to do. And the last thing that I'm saying, the states, this is what I don't hear that it's talked about a lot, and I think that it's so wonderful, okay? In the United States, we have 50 states, and we have, believe it or not, we have different ways of going about passing legislation. We have direct democracy states, and we have indirect democracy states. Do you know what direct democracy states means? Direct democracy states has things that are, they're called initiatives and referendums, which means that you as an ordinary citizen don't have to first get enough people, to convince enough people in the population, to convince them to all get on board with voting for one person and then getting that one person elected. No, this is direct democracy. All you need to do is you need to get enough people, a percentage of your population, to agree that something should be seen as a vote, right? And it goes right to the fucking ballot, which means you get enough of the population to with signatures, and it goes right to that, and then it passes as law. Wow. Okay, so where are the direct democracy states? This is what I would do. I would look at the direct democracy states and look at the ones that have the biggest populations of Black Americans, because this is, and I'll explain why that's important.
My love,
Just hold on, and I'm almost done.
You bring a lot, you explain, and that you sound like you're almost done. It's a lot.
Your shit, okay? You gotta listen to my shit, okay? So then you get into one of these direct democracy states that has the largest number of Black Americans, and the reason you want to do that is because it's going to get easier. You don't need any white people to pass the fucking state law or to change the Constitution. You just need enough people that are going to the percentage required to pass that fucking thing, and it's literally as simple as that. That was how the entire trajectory of the weed population. I don't remember his name, but I worked with the very first person who ever passed any type of legislation for marijuana in Washington. It was a guy years and years ago, and it had to do with this is what he used. This is how I learned about it. I was in college at the time. It was an initiative, direct democracy state. So that's all that we have to do. And we can start passing reparations on the local level, on our state levels, okay? And we don't need to convince other population or the dominant majority to pass it. You just need enough people in the state, and point blank period. And that's what we need to do. We need to start educating people about that.
If I may, Dima.
And
I will pass the throne to Mr. Edward or Mr. Anthony.
Well, no, this is one thing I think that Bima, you miss what Anthony said from the very beginning.
No, I intentionally ignored that shit.
Hold on. I know you did, but you even though you say you want to avoid it, you can't take away historical facts. Before the Civil War, less than 5% of the American population owned slaves. And what you have to do, which he didn't give you, was 3,000 of those were Black people who owned slaves. Okay? So when you talk about these things, you got to actually know, understanding history. We got to stop thinking that the people that owned slaves were landowners.
They need to have to do with slavery, though, Edward.
Bima, let me finish, Bima.
You understand that?
Yeah, Bima, of course I understand that.
Well, then why does it matter?
It does matter. You know why? Because you're asking the other 95% of the American people that did not participate in slavery to pay for it. That's why it matters.
No, I'm asking that. No. That's not what.
No, I understand her.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking.
No, I get.
Can I finish my? Can I finish?
Well, yeah, sure, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Anthony because Anthony made a great point. Before the Civil War, there was a certain population of men and some women who purchased slaves. This was their business. It had nothing to do with the federal government. Now we're asking the federal government, you said, direct democracy states and all these other places to get people to vote for them and not. This is not how commerce works. Okay? I land on this, guys, so I keep it very short. I don't think or comprehend that I should be, Edward, compensated for work I never did. I don't need someone to pay me reparations for something I, Edward, never did. And those who did it are no longer here. And for me to be fighting for something I never earned is just for Edward, not for anybody else, is absolutely crazy to me. I land.
Okay.
Mr. Anthony.
Hold on one second.
You were next.
So I just wanted
Mr.
to
Anthony was
Edward.
next.
Yeah, but I wanted to respond to Edward. The reason that doesn't matter, okay, is because it's not just about slavery. It's as I explained, it's the legacy, right? It's the idea, the concept of what caused the divide and the racism that then lasted because of the small people. Do you know that almost all the Christian sects, almost all of them, okay, justified slavery in the United States. That's why you have the northern, you have the southern Baptist, you have the northern. They couldn't come. No, this isn't Christian. And almost all of the Christian, and I'm talking Christian, the Christian religions had to come with apology letters. The Catholics, the Presbyterians, the Baptists, you name it, all of them. They had to come out with apology letters. They're still coming out with them in the 21st fucking century because of how they were able to. So why am I bringing this up? The point I'm bringing up is because this was a disease that infiltrated America, and the thought then infiltrated our legislation. So we had slavery, yeah, sure, but then it moved to other things. We don't even have to go, the reparations bill, we don't have to go back to slavery. We could just go to the New fucking Deal. And I say this all the time. The New Deal, which built the modern day middle class white in the United States, because who was left out of it effectively and entirely? Black Americans. So the federal government got together, got everybody, and said, okay, we're going to give you this injections here, insurance here, all of this, well building here, all this, everything. And Black Americans were effectively pushed out. What I'm saying is, fucking repair that. If you pass the bill, you do a 2.0, a New Deal 2.0, because that's and not so I'm done.
Yeah.
Do a New Deal 2.0, and you fix what you fucked up. And yes, every person in the middle class that today, if it was built by the New Deal, okay, and all of those, most of those acts that are still alive today, that still dominate the structure of our society and threads of our society. They just wanted to remove race, and they made it race neutral, and all of a sudden, no, if it's the same exact fucking structure that built the cup, and you just remove the color of the cup, you think that the cup isn't going to do the same exact thing that it was intended to do? Okay, that's what we have to destroy. Or we have to repair. So that's the point. So fix the things that we can objectively point to and say, look, because all of this is documented. You don't have to agree with me.
It's not about
We know who.
You say all of this is documented.
Who was left out. We know who. The federal government, how the federal government. I mean, it's and we can objectively quantify. We could see today people who are living today that have actually been hurt. Do you know that some of these reparations?
No, Beamer, no. You're not gonna start on a new tangent, Beamer. Please, please don't start on a new tangent, dude. Beamer, you can't keep on starting on these crazy tangents.
Guys,
it's terrible, Beamer.
I know. And the last thing I'm gonna say is that there are reparations organizations that still today that teach other people how to sue the government to get what is owed to them. Okay? Justice for Green was one of them.
You're landing on a complete thought. Alan, go ahead. I'll go after.
Yeah.
I'll go after you, Anthony.
Because you kind of missed the point of what she was saying. And voted for in our generation. Well, now that thing is the reason why our disparities today. I'm tired of hearing the reparations that we gave past generations being the excuse why there are disparities today and why we need to yet again give even more money to a problem that is ultimately your problem. Stop believing trads. You have a seat at the table. Use it. Stop blaming others. I'm done.
So Alan, I appreciate it, man. Now, like, Joe, he succinctly, like, got to the heart of the matter. It'll never be enough. That's the truth of the matter. Even if we went with Beamer's worldview, it will never be enough. It's like, if we were to negotiate with some terrorists and give them what they asked for, you know what they're going to do? They're going to come back and ask for more. Now, I just want to, I'm going to be really, I'm not going to be like Beamer, and I love the girl, but I'm not going to be like her. I'm not going to be long-winded and belabor points and all of this nonsense. Yo, the United States of America inherited slavery. It didn't invent slavery. It didn't create slavery. It inherited slavery. A minute percentage of the United States citizens owned slaves. A percentage of the people that owned slaves happened to also be black. This idea that someone who was never a slave is owed money for slavery by people who never owned slaves does not make any sense whatsoever. Lastly, yes, sir. This idea, you know what? You got it, bro. I'm just gonna,
I wanted to touch on what you and Mr. Edwards were saying, Mr. Anthony. You know, and also Mr. Allen and Joe B. You know, Generation X. Like, if you were born before 1980, like, you know, we used to go streets. We knew each other. We would, like, hang out streets because we were stuck out of the house on our BMX bikes drinking out of garden hoses. Like, I'd be over at Anthony's, like, house and eating food and his parents and his family. And then, like, he'd be over the next night at house. And we would build ramps and jump over ditches. And, like, you know, the younger generation has this racial thing really screwed up. Because I didn't recognize this racial divide until after, like, 2012. Like, it became a new thing. Like, I'm like, oh, there's racism? Like, you know, I didn't see it my whole life. I mean, what, I'm not allowed to go over to Mr. Anthony's house or Mr. Edwards' house and have dinner? What, because I'm white? Like, or my appearance of melanin in my skin? Like, no. Y'all young people keep putting this thing on there. And you're talking about reparations. I agree with what Mr. Allen was saying about the 60s, because I agree with you on that one, sir. And, like, Mr. Anthony, like, you know, straight to the crux of it. Like, not everybody owns. Like 95% of everybody didn't have anything to do with any of it. But you want that 95% of their tax money to pay for the reparations for what you said the 5% did. And then, like you said also, that there was a small group of black, you know, slave owners that were part of the population as well. Like, where do you draw the line? And I'll land right here. I'm like 8% Nigerian. I'm a Hasidic Jew. I'm English and from Ireland. Like, dude, that's why I look the way I look. But I'm just a fucking American. And why do you think, like, after my service, from all the shit that I did with the military, that you think that you can get my money to pay for your new Gucci bag? And I'll land there.
Alright, so I want to jump in there. So let me start by saying this. Beamer, I I dislike what you're doing. I respect your admiration. But what I'm telling you, what you think you're doing, you're not helping black people. The only thing you're doing is continuously feeding them with a crutch that allows them to stay on the couch and not get up and support their fucking self. Again, I'm gonna go back to this story. We were told this story, and niggas never went back to fact check the accuracy of the story. And it took black people and put them in front of us. And we can see, if we just look at our lives today, and we look at how these black Democrats act, we know that these black folk do not have our best intentions at heart. So this shit just didn't start today. Just like they ain't got our best intentions at heart today, they did not have our best intentions at heart a few hundred years ago. Because if you believe this story as the way they tell it, and what I'm talking about is a story of the transatlantic slave trade, then there's a big gaping question that niggas got to deal with. Number one, you can tell me a bunch of white people went over to Africa, picked you up, brought you to America, and then we put you in the wheel, gave you all the land in the 1800s, billions of acres of land, only to turn around and take it back from you? That makes no fucking sense. I brought you over here. I put you to work on the plantation. I willed you the land, because a lot of black people in the South got land in their name, only to then turn around and take the land right back from you. That makes absolutely zero sense at all. It doesn't make, you don't even have to be a historian to understand how that don't make sense. So if the black people who were the slave owners, would they have to pay reparations? Because it wasn't a small group. It was actually a significant number of black people that was actually slave owners in the South. You had some black melanated people who were classified as white on the census. But the only way you can know these things is by doing a genealogy to figure out who the hell these people are. You wouldn't be able to take today's perspective and apply these terms to events in a time frame that occurred 200 years ago. You would have to go back to English common law, read their books, understand how they define things. And what you will understand is that the term white, as it applies to a classification, represented a landowner. That's it, that's all. It did not have a complexion. It did not have a religion tied to it. It was a classification that you were a landowner. So who could be a landowner? Anybody could be a landowner, but they're classified on the census as white. Number two, you cannot criminalize, and this is in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, ex post facto. You cannot penalize and say that something was unlawful when, according to the law books, and every single lawyer at that time confirmed that slavery, however bad y'all think it is, was legal. There was 3 ways you could become a slave. Number 1, a prisoner of war. Number
in the show, and I think I was like, that's like broken arm, that's the broken eagle or the this, and I'm like, how do I know this? And it was because I would listen to Dan Carlin's podcast, and when Vikings was on TV.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Wait, Mike, I wanted to ask you, you have your own facility, or label it another facility, basically your own?
Rafi, I do.
You can mute Marshall, because I can't do it. Okay, 1 second. Here you go.
Thanks. Rafi, I do it all myself.
Okay, no, because we just acquired a pharmaceutical company that does like colognes for Umbra and all those.
Sure.
So that's why I asked.
No. I like,
No, because we're basically a bottling plant for all this pharmaceuticals, like for cosmetics right now. We have the equipment, so that's why I asked.
you have to give me your contact. I'm always looking for perfume bottles.
Yeah, we have everything.
Send me a DM. But no, I do everything. I buy the oils from around the world.
You need a machine that bottles?
No, I do that. I do it by hand.
Black and white, but I'm kind of not understanding.
This is a word for word. Okay?
What are you saying?
That's the wrong one. Hold on. It's the wrong link. Sorry. That was the wrong link. It's the wrong link. Oh, he's coming to tell us that we wasted our time all day talking online. And John is going to shoot his shot in a few seconds here. And then he's going to run out of the troll.
Before he goes on, I'm so proud of him for reading The Bush of Selfishness, except I took 2 days to read it, max.
Yeah.
John has been reading it for the past month. So proud of John Kitover.
Yeah, thank you. And it's because I'm reading it in 3-minute intervals and putting it on YouTube so I can go back and listen to it. And, it's terrifying when you actually read a book and then you realize how ignorant people are on this app, that they wouldn't actually be able to run a pizza shop. It's unbelievable. And I'm sorry about redundantly complaining about your redundancies and how you just keep repeating yourselves, and therefore I keep repeating myself. But hey, some of us never went to prison and sat, in solitary confinement for crimes. And then you come on social audio chaps and you say you fucked your wife the other night. Oh God, I'm sure your wife just finds you so entertaining talking about your personal sex life on a social audio chat app. Disgusting. Vile. This is a husband? This is a church leader who redundantly just talks to Muslims all day long as if he's a crusader or something? What's the point of all this? Is there something happening here? Is it a happening, an experience? Because, you know, you're not the only room. There's a lot of R-word rooms on this app that I go in and I remind them all the time. Maybe we should read a book together, everybody. Because for months and years, you've accomplished nothing. You just keep having the same conversation every day. You just keep repeating yourself every single day. What's the point of doing it?
I gotta put him in the audience. I can't. Anyway.
He's not wrong.
Back to this verse.
He's not wrong.
111. 5 crucial verses here. 5 crucial verses. 5 sentences. I don't know what's going on here. Seth, if you had an opportunity to read this chapter, I never read this chapter before in my life, and this is going to be my favorite chapter by far.
You haven't read this chapter before?
Never in my life before today.
You weren't aware of this chapter?
Never once was I ever aware of such fucking jibber jabber in my entire life.
Catholic, you're not aware of the 5th chapter of the Quran that you
No, 111. We're on 111.
All right.
Not the 5th chapter. I read up to. Wait, why do we change? Why do we change the link? Put the link up. Hold on. I'm putting the link up because I want to do a word-for-word translation here. It's in it. I put it at the top. Let Joanna read this so she can read how much of a fucking mess this chapter this is. Go ahead, Joanna. Joanna, make the most sense of this, please.
Where do I go?
Word for word, right at the top.
Oh, right at the top.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as son of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold.
I've seen suffer.
All right, I'll can you hear me? I'll make it short. I'll wrap it up. So all I'm saying is this: the Constitution is in a place for a reason. It's the law of the land. Nobody's gonna violate the Constitution for anybody's morals, especially when you're talking about taking this up as a legislative form and you want to come back. You know the funny part about it? I bet you nobody can explain when slavery became illegal. Most people don't understand how this governmental system works. They don't understand that we're operating in a dual federalism position right now. They don't understand why some of the states still have laws on the book that permit slavery, and they don't understand how did they become a 14th Amendment citizen, and who was it for, and how did you actually get out of slavery, and what was the reason why. They don't know.
Hello?
They just
right now because they have no jurisdiction for people know
You know,
that.
for us, we're here so insane. What are you doing? What are you listening to? I hear a Clubhouse room playing in the background.
Yeah, I'm blocked from that room. It's the President Trump room with Beaver and Bima and Joe and Sword and Matt and Pepe. And it's amazing how. Are you in favor of black reparations?
It depends on how they're paid out.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could work if it was in form of education or medical advancements or, investing in small businesses.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends on how the reparations. I don't engage with the reparations conversation because I think it's kind of mute. But it depending on how it's paid out, I think or land, if it's land, giving descendants land, then sure, something that would benefit generations or families outside of financial. I think they need to be in the form of something tangible, not just giving out a check. That's what I think.
So in my PTR, I'm holding a book called The Virtue of Selfishness, and it says something. Her name is Ayn Rand or Ayn Rand, and I had never read her before, but people on here, constantly talk about her. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to read.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Fountainhead. Go ahead.
It says, when I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control have been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past. It is the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. So, we all know separation of church and state, but have you ever heard anybody say separation of state and economics? No, you've never heard anybody say that. And reparations is the opposite of that. It is state and economics. So it's not capitalism, and it's not natural. And all I can say is it's an impossible thing to implement because there will be the lawsuits because it's discriminatory. And then how do you actually determine, lineologically or based on, all that history? Like, it's just become so convoluted, complex, and impossible. But either way, the future is capitalism. Meaning that there probably will be like a new country eventually based off of the corporation as opposed to the state.
Oh, it's not hard to choose. Well, that's the thing about it. Lineage-based reparations, in my opinion, it's not hard. That wouldn't be a challenge. The government knows, based on records, historical records, I do believe the Freedmen's Bureau is one of them. I think it's the Freedmen's Bureau. They know who the descendants of slaves are. I mean, slave owners kept records of their slaves. Their slaves generally had the last names of their slave owners. And if, through census and birth records, I think it's possible to trace now. Could you trace down to the last end of every descendant of every slave, that every descendant walking today, could they be traced to the past? I'm not necessarily saying it would be 100% effective, but I don't think lineage-based reparations would be challenging for foundational Black Americans. And that's where it gets tricky, because then everyone says, you know, those who oppose it, and even some Black Americans who oppose it, they say, well, what about immigrants? What about African Caribbean immigrants? Do they qualify? No, because they're not foundational Black Americans. You know, they cannot trace their ancestry to, you know, slavery in this country. And so, yeah, lawsuits, and that gets a little tricky too, because then why is it discriminatory? It impacts descendants of slaves. That label right there, nobody else in the country qualifies for that label, falls under that category. You're not a descendant of slaves. You weren't on the boats. You weren't from Africa. Why would anybody feel discriminatory about that?
Well, let me say this. In the other room, in the President Trump rooms, a black guy, I can't remember his name, you know who he is, he said that only 5% of Southern whites owned slaves. Only 5%. So 95% of all the people living in the South were not owners. They were participants in the economy, but not owners. It was 5%. But the other thing is, the North didn't have slavery. So, you know, the per capita question comes into play. Why would Northerners who died in the, you know, at like 500,000 at least? So I'm just saying that the blood has been spilled to such a degree, and so, you know, how do you actually? Because it's a tax essentially. It will be, and I ran the numbers. If it was 1 trillion, it would be 75,000 each. But then would the government make you sign like a non-disclosure agreement, meaning that you are barred from engaging in race hustling? You can no longer claim America is racist because apparently, you know, money and the final decree, consent decree, will forever bar the complainers. That's what I'm saying. Is if you want a payout, you've got to agree and sign a piece of paper that we can hold up and say, okay, you can't complain anymore. Sorry, it's not racist anymore. So I'm just saying that, like, this is actually like talking about the weather, or even politics. It's just.
But you don't see how people who are pro reparations, they feel that the descendants are owed reparations because their ancestors, specifically the freed men and women, were promised certain intangibles after slavery. They were promised, you know, the whole 40 acres and a mule, promise, I suppose, for lack of a better words. And because these freedmen and women did not get their land, they didn't get what the government promised them. Was it Lincoln who promised? I forget. And so the descendants feel we're still, you did not give our ancestors what you promised. That debt still needs to be repaid. So it's about repayment of debt, not apology. It's a repayment of debt, not necessarily saying racism is over and done. We can never say that. No, this is what you owed our great whomever, and since you didn't pay them, you have to pay us. We're the descendants of those people.
Got it. Okay. But aren't the reparation arguments more like a vaccine, meaning that it's a blanket one-all cure-all for everybody? Whoever can claim it. So that's what I'm saying is, if you can actually claim that in 1865 your great-great-great-great-grandfather got fucked over and didn't get his free land, well, okay, but that's a separate personal lawsuit. That's not a blanket, everybody gets a $75,000 check if you got dense melatonin. You see what I'm saying? How do you actually parse out the actual victims versus the social woke policy adjustment? That's the crux. I mean, how do you actually do it?
And that's just the thing about it. If the government were to get serious about reparations and have that conversation and decide, yes, we are going to make good with the descendants of slaves and figure out how we can give them reparations, I suspect that will be part of the clauses or requirements you have to approve, this, that, and the other.
some might have to trade, like I said, use census, use those DNA and me tests, or those root tracer tests, what a 1, 2, 3 and me, African ancestry, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'm sure there will be a lot of requirements. I know I read, and I'm going to be very vague on this because I don't have the story in front of me, but I know California was trying to do something similar within the last year or so, give reparations to Southern Californians or black people in a certain region, or I don't know if it was throughout the entire state, but part of the requirements were you have to prove X, Y, and Z in order to qualify for these cash payouts and these checks up to something. Again, I'm vague because I don't have it in front of me. But I think the points you raised, John, would be, you listen, first of all, we know this government does not want to give black folks no money in the form of reparations. And so, if, like I said, to wrap it up, if they were to have this conversation to decide, okay, yeah, we're going to give black folks, we're going to make good, we're going to apologize for the horrors of slavery and clear this debt. Of course they're going to make it challenging for foundational black Americans to collect. And you're right. Not everybody's going to check. So...
Yeah, and then how do you actually prove, like, how do you disprove that you were, because again, this all comes down to individual lawsuits. It's not a collective lawsuit, because some people probably were compensated and did get their land, and some people probably got cheated and screwed. So some people actually got what they were going to get. So how do you get those people? That's what I'm saying. It just becomes an impossibility. The real...
You don't think the government has records of all of these transactions?
Sitting where, Nye? In some underground vault? No!
Listen, you're trying to tell me, now listen, as a person, you're trying to tell me that the government does not have records of how...
They have census.
What plots of land were
That's at the county level. The federal government doesn't keep those records. That would be the county deeds and recorder's office. That would be one way to prove your case. That's what I'm saying. You can't do a collective class action lawsuit. This has to be individual.
But let me tell you what you could do, actually. What we can do is, there are a lot of companies that benefited then during slavery and that were a lot of companies' foundation are rooted in the slave trade. Now, of course, these companies, their names have changed over the past 100 or so years, but a lot of companies like J.P. Morgan, et cetera, a lot of banking systems, they would not exist without the slave trade, okay? And slave auctions. So what we do is we find out who those companies are, and we go for them. We go for them to get the money. That's all. Who are the companies that benefited from the slave trade and slave auctions? Who are the companies that were allowed to, flourish and develop all across the world thanks to their involvement in slavery? And those are the companies that we hit up today and get reparations. The taxpayer never... Fuck the tax. We don't have to bother the taxpayer. Hit up the corporations. There's enough of them.
That's a very generalized statement with no specifics, no AI research, no Google. You didn't give any real examples.
Well, listen, you don't have to do AI. Listen, you don't have to do AI and a quick Google search. If you remember, if you have at least a vague memory of U.S. history, okay? And I say vague in my case because I haven't been in a U.S. history class in decades. We need to get a historian up in here to really articulate this properly. But anybody who has a basic understanding of U.S. history knows about companies the companies that flourished, or let me not even say flourished, were established thanks to slave auctions and investments through cotton, okay, and slave trading. And some of these companies, many of these companies still exist today. Again, it would take you to pull up the top, 100, 500 top corporations of the world and go down the rabbit hole of their inception.
I only brought the topic up. I only brought this topic up because they're talking about it in Matt Cool's room. And to me, like I want to be really discerning about what I listen to and what I talk about. And to me, again, this actually isn't an important issue on a list of my priorities or what I think the priorities should be for the country. And the evidence is in my hand, which is called a book. And it talks about the separation of economics and state. We already know about the separation of church and state because we know that that could be a problem. But why aren't we admitting that, the way that things are set up now is the problem? Meaning we don't actually have laissez-faire capitalism. We have state-controlled economy. And we're 40 trillion in debt. So let's just say every African American who can prove that they are a victim of slavery were to get $100,000 check. I would be fine with that. But you have to realize, where would that money come from? We could borrow it to pay it and then tax in the future, or we could cut Medicaid, which has a $4.2 trillion budget, by $1 trillion and issue everybody that $100,000 check. And all of those health corporations and insurance corporations that need that $1 trillion to actually turn a profit, well, for 1 year, they would have a loss. But every victim would be made whole. But I'm just saying it'll never happen. And so we might as well just try to enjoy the weather today. Hello?
Here's really the curious thing about all this. You have 1 million accounts. What do you mean you're blocked from Matt Cool's room? It doesn't make any.
I don't know. I think it's Coco.
Anytime under one of your 50 other accounts, sir.
Some of them like what I have to say, but I think Coco on the stage, who's a mod, she might have me blocked. But what do I know? Maybe I'm just a greedy pig.
Listen, here's my take on reparations. I've gotten bored with the topic of reparations because anytime the Democrats bring it up, it always ends in some sort of, and I've said this many times before on many stages on this room. I cannot take the conversation seriously at this point because anytime the Democrats bring it up, it is always centered around we need to create a panel and think tank and discuss it. We need to research. And usually over the years, I'm old enough to remember when these kind of panels are formed and these think tanks and these so-called liberal researchers are gathered together. Many of them, when you look up the racial makeup of these folks, it seems split, right? A nice portion of black folk are on these teams, and older black folk, maybe my generation or even older, right? My parents. And I sit back and I think to myself, what do you lot need to research? You specifically, black man and black woman that I see on this panel. What are you talking about? You guys need to research. It's always, we need to research slavery and the impacts. We need to research the impact and see who was negatively and what town and township and what region suffered the most in X, Y, and Z. And it's a trick bag. They're playing in our face. Especially, like I said, it goes back. Now we know black folks and many scholars, historians, it doesn't really matter what race you are. We like to remind each other that history we know is greatly whitewashed. We like to remind each other that it's his story. We get it. We understand. But certainly I think many foundational black Americans, especially of a age, I'm going to say Generation X and older, because, my age group and older, we were actually allowed to study and read history. We didn't have a lot of liberals and weirdos screaming about critical race theory and this, that, and the other, and it makes the black kids feel bad and the white kids feel this, that, and the other. We can actually learn history and read and write. Nobody was called a racist.
Well, I read books.
Okay. So I say all this to say, no foundational black American of a certain age should willingly participate in some politically funded organization, group, or initiative whose goal is to study history of slavery of the past and its impact over the generations, including today, and then reach a decision, and based on that decision, determine if the descendants of slaves deserve reparations. I think it's a slap in the face, and I think it's a joke. What are you studying? What do you need to research?
Well, I'm reading a book. That's what, if people come together and they want to do research, that means that they actually shouldn't state their opinions. They should just do information gathering and leave their opinions at the front door.
And I agree, but do you understand how many every political cycle, especially every election cycle, they're putting together these panels, John.
Yeah, I get it. It's political. It's political. Everything is political. The vaccine is political. Abortion is political. Even the human soul is political. Nothing is not political. I'm just saying that the downside to engaging in Clownhouse, aka this app, and what people talk about is truly the time you lose listening and talking with the people on this app. Because in the book that I'm holding, just 3 minutes of reading or reading 2 pages is so more valuable than listening to people's opinions because they're bored. I mean, it's a beautiful Saturday, and Bima in that room is talking about how to get a vote out of committee, how to get a policy, an issue, and a law. And you know, I'm just saying that people are wasting their time. They're repeating themselves forever until people start picking up books again. And this is why I've started the book club. I call it a book club. We don't talk about the books we read. We read books to each other. This is what this book is talking about. It's talking about society. There's 2 primary functions of society. One is knowledge, to pass knowledge around, and 2 is to trade. And so this is my complaint against, the reparations argument or the Donald Trump derangement syndrome is your complaints are part of why you're complaining, because you're not actually generating new knowledge, essentially, and you're not trading. This app is actually a graveyard. It's where the dying come to die. It's not where the living come to thrive and live, because
John, that's not true.
It's true. I can prove it. The fact that I record it, the fact that I put this on YouTube and record all of this is me actually inverting it, because I'm trying to be creative and trade what people are doing here. People on this app are not repurposing or replatforming, and that's why it's a graveyard. Hello?
Okay, so here's the thing. Let me give some shout outs, okay? Let me get some shout outs. We just opened the room up. John came in hot. Alright? I haven't had a chance to say good morning or good afternoon to Elbel. Hi, boo. Hi, honey bunny. I don't know if you're there. Shout out to folk in the audience. Welcome Saturday. Happy Saturday. I'm a little late opening up the room because Apple TV sent me the 2nd season of Dark Matter. Did you guys see Dark Matter season 1? Really, really good show. If you like science fiction, who said, Empress, you saw it? Well, yeah. So they sent me the 2nd season because they're gearing up to do press interviews for the 2nd season. And the new season premieres in August. They sent me the 2nd season. I started watching it today. Lost track of time. Elle texted me. She's like, are we doing a room? And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I didn't really prepare a lot of topics, although I do want to touch on, guys, listen, because I'm so tickled by all of this, guys. 2 topics that have tickled me over the past 2 weeks, okay? Chud the Builder and the Odyssey movie, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, all right? So these are 2 topics that have really, man, so we're going to unpack that a little bit.
Nah, I used to live in Los Angeles, and my sister had some cool friends, and they would get like special DVDs that would say, confidential, cannot be, do not lose this, etc. But it was the movie for the Grammys, or not the Grammys, the Oscars or whatever. These were like Oscar nominations. Then these people, I guess, got the pre-screen or something so that they could vote on it. I don't even know how it all fucking works, but it's interesting that you get, these press kits and pre-release so you can generate, buzz. Like, that's being productive. You're trading and you are creating entertainment. I'm just saying, the thing that scares me about Clubhouse is that I'm accused of being redundant, but I'm only accusing other people of being redundant. Eventually, you have to create a syllabus, have your topics, and just be aware of what you're doing. That's really all I'm saying, because I think people here are on infinite loop on this app. Hello?
Well, here's the thing. One of the things I'll say about you, when I first met you, I mean, why does my brother keep calling me? Oh, he must need something. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Let me say something. Hold on. Hello?
So that movie Odyssey.
All right, sorry. So listen, this is what I was saying. Let me just say this real quick. One of the things when I first started engaging with you on this app, John, I thought it was amusing when you referred to this app as Clown House, which I think is fine. There are a lot of clowns in this app, so I get it. It lives up to your moniker, Clown House. But I find it engaging because you can tap in to so many conversations and personalities at any given time. If you want to go into a ratchet black room, you can. If you want to go into the ratchet white room, you can. If you want to go into the politically divided rooms, or the entertainment rooms, or the Hebrew Israelite rooms, you can do all of that. And I find it enjoyable, right? I'm addicted to Clubhouse. I hate to admit that. I have enjoyed listening to the conversations, adding where I can add. I've been late last year I got caught in some major. You remember the Clubhouse drama with JB and Pepe and was it Mojo? All of that drama, and I was in the center of it because I was trying to defend my people. And I felt, and at the time I was like, man, I finally arrived on this app, because I feel like you haven't truly arrived on Clubhouse unless you get caught up in some Clubhouse drama, right? So I'm like, season 5 on Clubhouse, I finally arrived. I'm finally at the center of rooms. People are talking about me, but, they're like, mind your business, Nine. Has nothing to do with you. Shit like that, right? But that's my thing. And John, listen, I do appreciate your book rooms. Before you started that, there was a Nigerian woman on this app. I think they ran her off the app because they said she was scamming, what do you call that? Bitcoin? Scamming Bitcoin rooms and NFTs or something like that. But when she wasn't hosting her NFT and Bitcoin rooms, she held book rooms and she would play audiobooks. And those were great rooms. A lot of books that I had been meaning to read in years past, she played. So I would sit there like, yeah, I've been meaning to read this book. And I would sit there for hours listening to the audiobook. Now, because I work Monday through Friday, all day doing articles and writing up, entertainment news. So I'm very lucky that I have, 30 years working in film and TV. I'm now to the point where I can work from home. I can work anywhere. I don't want to be in an office. So I like to have Clubhouse in the background. I use it like talk radio, AM radio. I look at it as an interactive podcast. So I understand your criticisms, John. Turn them into I don't know. I think you like it too. I think you just like to talk smack because you're on here just as much as everybody else all day, John. So what you talking about?
Well, I mean, past 24 hours, I know losers come on here and they say, oh, I haven't used the app in weeks, I took a break. And it's like, well, here you are telling us about your break. I'm just saying that, I put a link in the chat. I recorded that 9 years ago, and it's got 2,000 views. It's Shuang Tzu, and it's Chinese philosophy. And I'm just saying that this app is entertainment, and I'm only complaining that it's entertainment. My thought is that how do we actually use the app productively? How do we make money? How do we trade our time and our voices and our entertainment to make money? And that's what I'm just appalled, because conservative Republicans on here who are supposedly anti-state and economy and claim they're capitalists, well, all they do is complain. They're not actually making any money. They're not being productive. They're not organizing anything. And the thing is, when this app shuts down, you know, I like to think in the back of my head that I've recorded it for 5 years just to prove how ignorant people are and how basically we're just birds. I spend a lot of time watching birds, and we're no different. We are just chirping, but no productivity. At least the birds are organizing some shit and building a nest. And so when this app shuts down, there are people here who are networked in, you know, through other platforms like Instagram or LinkedIn, etc. Those are the people that are actually creating value. But the people who hide behind names like Pepe or Matt Cool that don't use their real identities, they're actually some of the sickest and most R-worded out and brain rotted out people there are, because they're using this app to entertain themselves like poor sycophants, you know, losers that never went to college, never sat in classrooms for years, reading, writing papers, listening to a professor, working on complicated math problems, etc. So I'm just saying that this app is 100% entertainment, but the good news, it really is the book. Pick any book you want. I talked to this girl, she told me she hasn't read a book in 20 years. And she said, well, do you have any book recommendations? I said, just pick up a book, take a picture of a book, and confirm with me you read what's called a book. All she does is spend her whole life picking up dog shit and going to this event and having a guy pay for this. And meanwhile, she's got no children. She's basically a floozy. Hello?
Okay, good night. Okay, John. Okay, breathe. Breathe. Okay? Whew. John. All right, God bless you. Al, are you there? Al, I haven't heard your beautiful voice yet.
She's a floozy!
I need to know you've been following this Chuck the Builder story. Oh, go ahead, Al. Go ahead, boo. I didn't know you. No. What is going on? Can we talk? Go ahead, boo. No, girl, no. Please, go ahead and continue. I was just answering, yes, I'm here. I was just running a couple of errands while listening to you and John. We're really listening to John go all the way off, and I was like, who is this man, and what is he talking about? So I just been listening, catching up, mentally in the right space, and I realized that you guys are friends, not enemies. There's a lot going on. Like, I wasn't sure if I had to get up on this stage and, like, you know, slap him or slap you. Like, I wasn't sure what was going on, but here I am. What's up, girl? What's up? So, John, you got a lot to say. L, I know you're running errands. You can chime in when you can. Have you been following this Chug the Builder? I know John has probably heard about it. L, have you heard about it? I have only heard, first of all, I think I'm mixing stuff up, so please, enlighten. Okay, this story has tickled me. One thing that I noticed about me, I gave myself a fake topic. Well, let me rephrase. I'm trying to figure out the proper term to describe my obsession with studying, maybe it's behavior scientist, but I'm not a, clinically recognized, obviously. I went to film school. So I don't want to use a formal term. I want to make up a term that is informal and does not imply that I have a degree of some sort, okay? And that I'm a authority in this subject. But I do enjoy observing human behavior. And the reaction to human behavior is actually an obsession. And I think it stems from, because I'm a writer and creative, and I really love writing characters, right? And studying humans and those around me, folks I know directly, indirectly, and kind of creating characters or channeling some of their essence into the worlds that I write. And so this Chuck the Builder comes down my radar, a week or so ago? And I'm like, this is insane. So if anybody doesn't know who Chuck the Builder is, he's this white dude who, I don't know how, what his claim to fame was prior to going viral recently for harassing black folks in public. But I understand before he went viral for harassing black people in public, he had a nice little following on Twitch or some streaming platform. He came across my radar about a week ago on X because he walks around Nashville with a cowboy hat, his long brown hair, his big, thick, curly mustache curled up at the tips, And he walks up to random innocent black people minding their business, and he says to them, "Do you believe in free speech?" And they say yes. And he says, "Well, you believe white people can say nigger." And then, he waits for however, and the reaction from the black folks is varied, right? But in all cases that I've seen, most of the black people who react they don't react with violence, right? They want to, but Chud threatens to either shoot them or mace them, okay? So he walks up to them, antagonizes, provokes them. If they react to being called the N-word or his use of the N-word, then he says, "Oh, you're chipping out, you're chipping out." Meanwhile, he's really the only one acting like a nigga chipping out in the video, right? So if the subject of his racial harassment walks up on him or responds aggressively in tone, or even his physical demeanor suggests he might lay hands on Chud threatens to shoot or mace. So everyone generally backs off. I saw one viral clip where he did mace a girl. The police arrived on scene. They handcuffed Chud, but after, some back and forth with the victim and witnesses and Chud and the police watching his recording of the incident, they let him go. And he live streams all of this, right? So he has an audience. He already had an audience, and then he went even more, big time, I guess, in the incel community online, the anti-black incel community in recent, days or weeks with his spiel. And in between these viral clips, he has popped in and off of on X, kind of celebrating his antics. It's like he's intoxicated on his growing fame, right? Bragging about his First Amendment rights. Nobody can do anything to him. You know what I'm saying? While at the same time acknowledging that he is getting death threats. People are threatening his young son. There was a GoFundMe launch, but I can't really tell if it was launched before the shooting incident that I'm about to describe. And I was doing some research on it yesterday, trying to find a date on his fundraising page. I couldn't see the date. Maybe I overlooked it, but the wording of his fundraising page gives the impression that it was created before the shooting incident. So, before I get to the shooting incident, I have to give you all this setup, because you've had a lot of people online saying, if he shoots someone, it's self-defense. You've had people on this app hosting rooms about, if Chud calls you the N-word, you don't have the right, of course it's all white folks telling black people, the gist of it is, we can say whatever we want to say to you, nigger. You don't have the right to get aggressive or respond, and if you do, I have the right to shoot you. Of course, I'm listening to this conversation and I'm thinking to myself, what happened to the once mighty white man who was all about fists? Can the white man no longer fight? Is everything about just drawing guns? Is he that weak and beta that he can't fight with his fists? But I digress. So I'm listening to this back and forth, and everybody's saying, well, if he shoots, it's self-defense, it's self-defense. And my position is, well, if you provoke and you antagonize and you go out seeking a violent reaction to your violent words, not knowing if the person you're hurling the N-word to, how they feel about that word. Maybe we know some black people, they don't give it another thought, they won't give their power, they won't react, right? Some black people, they might have a visceral reaction, maybe some PTSD to that word, right? I've noticed this in spaces that have been holding these conversations. You're using this word and you don't know the psyche of the person and how they react. You antagonize them, you provoke them, they get physically violent off a situation you created, and then you shoot them because you are afraid of, you're in fear of your life. I'm trying to figure out how that's self-defense. And so that leads us up to Wednesday, this past Wednesday. Because the conversation up until this past Wednesday outside of Tennessee Courthouse, Montgomery Courthouse, okay, the conversation online, a lot of prominent right-wing personalities. You had Matt Walsh. You had, I think, the Tate brothers, maybe the Tate brothers. What's that other guy's name? Some of these big streamers. The one Egyptian guy that hates black people. I forget his name, but some of y'all know who I'm talking about. They're all, even Nick Fuentes, notoriously racist Nick Fuentes was like, yeah, this guy Chuck the Builder is in the wrong. He said it's not a good look to walk up to strangers, black people minding their business, to hurl the N-word. No, you don't have self-defense. So that's what's been the conversation. He's going to have self-defense. He's going to get off. Everybody on social media, he's going to get off. If he shoots a black man, you black people don't have the right to fight back. If we shoot you, that's self-defense.
I had never heard of this.
That motherfucker. Go ahead. What's that now?
I had never heard of this guy before, but you know, just based on Clubhouse and what people say on this app, you know, I guess some people have died from this app, you know, because of beefs. And really, the social media platform of beefing is Instagram. And I see horrible things on Instagram, incredible violence. Ludicrous, insane robberies, you know, and then shop owners pulling out guns and shooting the robbers. I mean, just you see the craziest videos like Instagram had, and it's small people that put together these accounts and upload all this violence, and it's global. And that's why, you know, maybe earlier I was saying, because I served in the Army with black people, and I've worked with African Americans in the federal government. And guess what? For the most part, we always get along. And one of the reasons why there's no really like race consciousness in the interactions is because of shared purpose. You have, you know, basically our brains, when given instructions, we're like ants. We want to work together.
Okay, hold on, sir. Hold on. We cannot go down the we shall overcome. You interrupt. I gotta give the people an update about Trust the Builder. You gotta wait, okay? Everyone doesn't know about Trust the Builder. Some of the audience may not know about Trust the Builder. And I want to get to it because I want to know your stance on what this man did. You said you hadn't heard about it. I want to give all the facts and lay it out, and you tell me, all right, in this racially, politically driven climate that we're in, your opinion. So let's get to Wednesday. Wednesday, there's Chud outside the courtroom. Chud is in the Montgomery court on a separate civil matter, okay? And, Martina, I haven't seen you in ages. Is this Martina who I think it is? What's up, Martina?
Hey, bro. Go ahead. I'll let you speak, man. Go ahead. You just finished the story.
Yes. Okay, I haven't seen you in forever. Hey, okay, so there is Chud the Builder at court. He's coming out the court, and all the details now are coming out what happened, because it was a little fuzzy before. But now the police have released their statements, the investigators and witnesses. So now we have a full picture of what happened. And what happened is, he's coming out of court, somehow he had his gun. Either, what's unclear is, did he have the gun and he went into court, he checked it in, and retrieved it upon leaving, or because he was live streaming, and he has somebody who live streams everything with him, did he leave the gun with his cameraman, and you know, when he went into court and obtained it when he came back out? That part I'm not sure. The point is, he was armed when he left the court. And as he's leaving the court, apparently, this black guy is out there, recognizes Chud because of his viral videos, and apparently, he says something. What he says is up for debate. Chud claims that he saw this black guy and another guy laughing at him, so he went over there and asked them, hey guys, what you laughing at? You like my suit or something, okay? There's also reports that the black guy who was shot told Chud, basically, I recognize who you are. Don't come over here with that chimp shit. Don't come over here talking about chimp. I have PTSD. Okay? I have not seen, I don't know that anybody has released a full camera. We do know that there's surveillance footage. The police have confirmed there was surveillance footage outside the court. Okay? I have not seen a full linear timeline. I've seen chunks. So, allegedly, these two men exchange words. Chud walks away, allegedly. The black guy proceeds to follow. I guess they exchange more words. Now, Chud claimed initially that when the black guy followed him, he attacked him. Chud turns around and shoots him. When he shot him in the stomach and shoulder. That was according to initial reports, and grazed himself in the process, right? Well, the police reviewed the surveillance and talked to witnesses who saw it. They said actually what happened was Chud pulled out his gun first before the victim, the guy who was shot, laid hands on him. And I'm interpreting all this based on what I read from the police and what they said witnesses told them. It seems like, according to witnesses, the black man who reacted was trying to stop Chud from pulling out the gun. There were even police there on the scene who witnessed this. That's why they arrested him on the scene and charged him with attempted murder. The police even said he took, they used a word that I don't know, a specific word, some sort of stance, ready to draw. And that's when the black man reacted. Now, Chud was arrested. He's still in jail. On Friday, the judge set a $1.2 million bond. There's another bond hearing coming up, I think, in 2 weeks. A hearing to reduce the bond, perhaps, right? And so that kind of flips the narrative a little bit, because everyone was like, oh, no, it's self-defense. The black guy attacked him. Chud had the right to pull out his gun and shoot him. Well, now we're finding out, according to witnesses, police, and surveillance, that Chud pulled his gun out first, and the black guy was reacting to that, and it seemed like he was trying to stop Chud from pulling out the gun and shooting him. Now, the black guy's family has launched a GoFundMe. They've raised, I think, close to $100,000 now. The wife did confirm in the GoFundMe that the victim, the guy, is an Army vet, 6 years he served. He has physical disabilities and mental disabilities.
On the other side, maybe a couple of miles away, and you got to get across the hill, and all of a sudden you're sitting here thinking, how am I going to figure out how to get over that, through that? And my chest never sits there, and my chest never sits there and starts pounding like it's, like you're a football player getting ready to go and try to make this first touchdown for the season or something. It's not that type of thing. This reads like a transcript of someone just speaking. Anyway, it's not that type of thing. It's more like this thing of trying to figure out your way out of how you're going to get through something.
I am blocked even from this room. I've never even talked to these people and I'm blocked.
Like, I am gonna get through this. It was more of a positive type thing about push harder to try to get through this.
His actions prompted this shooting.
I'll just say it's
it opens the door for the defense to introduce the victim's criminal past. And apparently, the victim in this situation, the black guy, has a criminal past that involves trying to burn down the house of his baby mama or his wife. I'm not sure.
The way
but the white media has done that.
The way
they're already digging up his man's past, trying to figure out how many times he's been arrested, how many.
So it felt that way, like it was a direct transcription.
And I'm thinking to myself, what does his past?
Now, what is the white media?
The legacy media. Do you know what the white media is? Don't play dumb, John.
Is there a purple media? Is there a green media? Is there a red media? I'm just asking.
No, John, I'm not doing this with you, so that's where I'm gonna land there.
Sighted man
I'm
with
trying to figure
lateral
out what
frontal
this man.
and posterior parietal circuitry. But in Parvizi's stimulation experiment, the DACC was activated in the absence of any plan for action imposed by executive control areas. In the absence of a plan, the strong blind man gropes for a solution to an ill-defined challenge that requires pushing ever harder. Note that confronting an uncertain challenge is described as a positive feeling by this patient. In a world in which we have done so much to minimize risk and challenge for our children, we may be harming their brains. In section 4, wait, where did that come from? Did that come out of nowhere? In a world
evidence introduced. If he knew the guy and he knew his criminal history, because what's up for debate is not whether or not, and again, this is only if, let's say Chad the Builder was the aggressor. They would be basically trying to determine, or the prosecution would be trying to cross-examine Chad the Builder on what he had in his mind when he was being quote-unquote attacked, because he's going to use a self-defense argument. And in no way could Chad the Builder have known the victim's alleged criminal history. So that's why it won't come into trial. I would love to hear that clip that you're referring to hear the proper context of the attorney.
And I'm glad you said that. Let me pull it up because he did mention that. Prior knowledge. Thank you. I forgot to mention that, having the prior.
And I'm not one of those black people that
like modern day around.
To be fair, I don't think we could know what he really looked like, to be fair. It'd be hard to tell, like, phenotype-wise. I don't think we can know.
There is a syncretism with Hammurabi.
Properties that make it a tree.
Is sawdust
right?
a tree, treeness? Is
I don't
sawdust
hold to essential properties.
Is sawdust treeness? Answer the question.
I don't hold to. No.
It's not. So you don't know me. I'm not doing this. No. You're going in the audience.
No,
I'm not
that's crazy.
Philosophy. Go follow him and me. This is what happens. Follow
because I have it on to that point. There were a couple of Twitter accounts posting that the DA is not going to allow him to use his fundraising campaign to post bail.
Moderators.
I don't know if that's accurate. Go ahead.
Moderators, if I may, just briefly, I live in Chicago. A lot of people on this app, I have noticed, live in Chicago. And we have what's known as the Safety Act. And everybody knows that you name a bill the opposite of what the bill actually intends to do. For example, the HEROES Act or the CARES Act. It's always the opposite of what the act claims that it does. So my point is, recidivist criminals who sucker punch women on Michigan Avenue 50 times, that's attempted murder. And why we don't have capital execution is beyond me, because there are mentally deranged, violent psychopaths, and you all know it's true, who will continue to victimize people and murder them and abuse and physically hit because they are psychopathic, aggressive psychopaths. And many of you have probably have been victimized by some of these brutes and criminals who wander our streets, whether homeless or not. And anyways, ankle monitoring and no cash bail because of DEI and restorative justice and social equity lets a lot of violent African Americans and white Americans back onto the streets. I've seen pictures of white Americans. My point is, I would actually like to hypothetically argue on behalf of free speech, because Nye here knows me, Hillary here knows me, and as someone who likes to experiment with free speech, and this is the amazing thing about our First Amendment, our first right, which is really your right to experiment with communication and suffer the consequences thereof. Because in my opinion, Clubhouse is part of the modern capital surveillance economy. And anything you say and everything you say can and will be held against you in the future. Meaning, but true. What do you think we spend all this money for? $100 billion a year to surveil our population and put it in storage servers. Hello?
We're just gonna keep it on entertainment, kind of light today. All right, we'll get to the conspiracies and the UFOs in a minute.
So refresh me real quick. Who is Chud the Builder? What's going on with this?
Okay, girl. Wait, Martina, go ahead. I think Martina wants to get in there. Go ahead, Martina.
Girl. I can't. Okay, first of all, Hillary, I'm gonna need you to get there quicker. Like, just, I love you, but like, get it together. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. Okay, so quickly, this Chuck the Builder shit is diabolical. This man makes money off of inciting violence to black people and making them he puts himself in situations and that entices people. Like he's trying to create a race war. He's trying to create a race war, basically. Like he's doing it for profit, which is fucking disgusting.
For example,
so
let's say I'm committed
you can't sit here and be like, there's nothing about this dude.
Let's say I'm committed to atheism. Atheism is also usually most atheists are like naturalists, right?
It's really like this guy is a person does shit in bad faith and then puts himself in a situation to make himself feel like then he has to react and kill black people. Like he puts himself in a situation so he can incite violence on black people by provoking black people to begin with.
That's
someone that is shit in bad faith and is a racist asshole. And he uses racism as a platform to profit, which is fucked up and like disgusting as shit. And itself should be a violation and like it's not about free speech, it's about inciting. But you can't the thing about free speech is like, yeah, you have free speech, but you can't go into a fucking crowded area and scream fire. That's what he's doing, and he's doing it for profit, which is fucking disgusting. And
why are people giving this guy money then?
Because the racist assholes will took him out there. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, that's what the fuck it is. Like, it's real simple. And so that's how I feel about it. I don't know who else feels anything, but really, I don't have really much else to say about it.
Yeah, I want to confirm that what this guy is doing is psychopathic, mentally deranged, sick, and criminal. And the whole thing about life is if you fuck around, you're going to find out eventually. Because the opposite of your aggression is eventually coming your way. And, you know, anyways, I'll just say that, you know, I think Nye has a winning formula. You know, I think essentially the winning formula is Howard Stern and Robin Quivers, meaning that the opposite is when opposites unite, that's always the best content. And what do you mean, Nye, giving me the skull?
No, because I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you're so funny. No, the skull is a good thing.
Oh, okay. I'm killing it.
Yeah.
I'm killing it.
You're fine. You're fine.
So, unfortunately, people like Chud the Builder exist. And I could make a theoretical defense to what he's doing, meaning that even using the sacred N-word, because I've been in a lot of African-American spaces on this app, and some people will say, do not casually use the N-word. It's our holy word. It's our sacred word. Don't just, use it in vain.
John, don't drop the N-word, okay?
I'm not. I would never use the N-word.
You know what, I'm gonna let you
He's trolling. Martina, you don't know.
I know he's trolling. I need you to get to the point, but go ahead, Bill.
No, it's not a joke. What I'm trying to get at is that this poor victim.
You want Nye to be your co-host on a podcast? That's what I'm picking up.
100%, we're doing it right now. What I'm saying.
What black spaces have you gone in and they said that N-word with the hard ER is our holy word?
I have it. You can watch my YouTube if you want. It's on my YouTube. But anyways, that's not the point of what I'm saying. What I'm trying to get at is if I really have no point about this guy, but But the
Okay, well, you don't have a point. Great. Let's move on.
well, let me just say this. Let me just say this: that the victim. Well, you guys are going to be here all day. This is like 60 seconds for you. You guys will be here for hours. Hello?
Okay, hold on. John, CC did ask me. I found the clip of this attorney. It was Myron Gaines.
Oh, that beautiful being footage.
Yeah, now guys, the clip is 5 minutes. I'll play the whole thing, but if y'all want me to stop at some point, because it's too long, let me know and we'll stop if you want to talk about it. But okay, so this is Myron Gaines talking to a federal defense attorney or former Fed and self-defense attorney. This is what the caption says. His name is not here, but here we go. Let me set it up.
Here's a tweet that comes from a guy named Mary King. He's been kind of giving updates on the situation. I think him and Judd are friends. But here's what he said. This was a couple of hours ago. Quote, Judd update. Here's the fun facts that you'll see developing. The entire exchange was live streamed on Pump One. That was the streaming service I was telling you guys about before. The stream shut down at the first gunshot due to an automated AI response system. The stream is being subpoenaed. The facts according to over 100 witnesses watching the live stream. So I told the guy, quote, I hope your day gets better, God bless, end quote. Then it goes, Fed had already walked away, was about 7,200 yards away. The man went out of his way to run up on Chud while his back was turned. He confronted Chud. He punched Chud in the face. Chud didn't instigate anything. Some of you are about to look absolutely stupid. Now, let's take our, I guess, his bias here, because obviously he's his friend. But let's assume that this fact pattern is correct, and this is what actually went down. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, that looks a lot better than some of the alternative fact patterns for sure. So let me give people the framework that I apply when I break down any use of force case or any case I'm working on. And I get paid a lot of money to do this. And you'll be surprised to know, maybe, that there's only 5 things you need for self-defense. It's very simple. It's like a child's jigsaw puzzle with 5 giant pieces. You know, it's not, the law is not complicated. And those 5 pieces are innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. That means innocence, you can have been the initial aggressor or the person who provoked the fight. If you do that, you lose innocence, you lose self-defense. And by the way, all these elements are required. If any one of them is missing, you don't have self-defense. Whatever you did, it was not lawful self-defense. So another way to think of these is each of these elements I'm talking about is a target of attack for the prosecutor. So a prosecutor who knows what he's doing, he gets that investigative report from the detectives, and he's thinking to himself, all right, I have to be able to disprove one of these beyond a reasonable doubt, and then I win. And the reason he wins is, if you think about it, when you claim self-defense, like Chuck, the builder, is going to be claiming, you're not saying it wasn't me. You're not saying I have an alibi. I wasn't there. You're saying the opposite of that. You're saying it was me. I shot that guy, but I did it in self-defense. Well, the prosecutor knows if he can defeat one of those 5 elements and self-defense goes away, the only thing that's left of I shot that guy, but it was self-defense is I shot that guy. It's just a confession. So the prosecutor's looking at these 5 elements to see which one looks vulnerable to being disproven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you were the initial aggressor or the provoker, you lose innocence, you lose self-defense. Prosecutor knows that. The next is imminence. You have to be defending yourself against a threat that's either actually occurring in the moment or immediately about to occur. The fist is pulled back, the guy's reaching for a weapon. It can't be something that happened in the past. It can't be something that might happen in the future. Proportionality, and this could be a problem for Chud, is you can only use deadly defensive force if you're facing a deadly force threat. If you're only facing a non-deadly force threat, you can't use a gun to defend yourself against a non-deadly force threat. And usually, a punch is going to be considered a non-deadly force threat. So that could be an issue here. Avoidance is the 4th element. That has to do with whether or not you have a legal duty to retreat before you can defend yourself. Tennessee, like most states, is a stand your ground state. So in otherwise lawful self-defense, you don't have a legal duty to retreat. But what if the self-defense is not otherwise lawful? What if it has some other defect? Then you, even in Tennessee, which was one of the first stand your ground states, you could reacquire a legal duty to retreat. And then finally, reasonableness. And this is a broad target of attack because it just asks generally, would a reasonable and prudent person do what you did? And let's face it, anyone who's a social media provocateur is doing a lot of stuff that's kind of outside the Overton window and does not look reasonable to a normie jury. I mean, just imagine a typical juror in this, little town in Tennessee. Most white people have been socially conditioned their whole lives to viscerally recoil if they were to see a white guy call a black guy the N-word to his face, right? They don't consider that normal. They don't consider that reasonable. So that could be an issue. Now, of course, we don't know that that happened here, but so what the prosecutor's looking for is, well, did Judd provoke this fight? And we don't know that there's a bit of provoke the fight. That complicates Judd's claim of self-defense. That's a target for attack. If Judd pointed the gun when the gun deadly defensive force was disproportionate, that's the element of proportionality, vulnerable to attack. And if Judd engaged in behavior that the prosecutor believes that typical juror in this district would find unreasonable, that's a target for attack for the prosecutor. So it depends on how the facts work out. If Judd provoked the confrontation, if Judd went to the gun when he shouldn't have, if Judd acted unreasonably, well, there's only 5 elements of self-defense, and then 3 of them are viable attacks on the prosecutor. Of course, if Judd didn't do any of that, if the facts we just heard recounted by Amiri, or he was basically innocuous, minding his own business, got attacked from behind, didn't provoke anybody, had reason to believe he was being threatened with a deadly force attack, which doesn't require death, but either death or serious bodily injury, and he had reason to believe this, that it wasn't speculative, it wasn't mere fear. Well, then he's got a very solid claim.
Okay, guys, so wait, I played the longer version.
Altercation. The fact that he's using racial.
Isn't that considered that's assault, right? Like, period, right there. Him using that, as a derogatory, that's considered
it's assault. 100%. If you use provocative language to stir the passions of a person that you know is going to provoke them to violence, that's definitely assault, right? But even if he doesn't even have to be charged with assault. He just needs to. The prosecutor just needs to basically dismantle the self-defense claim. And this guy's correct. You need all of this evidence to be presented in order for a person to claim self-defense. And based on the large amount of evidence that we have in front of us, knowing who this guy is and what he does, and the fact that the victim was black, and the fact that he had a gun, and the fact that it's him, it's likely that altercation was provoked by him calling the guy I understand Martina's passion, but black people are not losing their right to vote in America.
just as a side note. But she's right. I mean, you going into I don't know that this is the reason why he was outside of the courthouse. I also know that he was dealing with some legal issues related to Amex and some business loans that was given and wasn't paid back that he might be in a lawsuit for. But I don't understand why he would bring a weapon to court. Even if he did have somebody with him that he'd hand the gun to, it just doesn't make sense to me if he was
How
actually...
many feet do you have to be away from the courthouse to carry with a weapon? Because I know you, like, literally, there's like X amount of feet you have to be away. You can't even go like up to the steps of it.
I have no clue, actually. I'm not, I don't live in Tennessee. And again, I'm not an attorney, but I do know that you can't, I mean, I just basically know you can't bring a gun into a courthouse if you're not a peace officer, an on-duty peace officer at that point. I know they do have lockers sometimes for people that are bringing a weapon. This is Tennessee. It's a southern state. It's a right to carry state. So I know they have open carry laws in Tennessee and concealed carry. But it might be possible that he was there for some protest thing. I don't know. I haven't seen any of this information. And it's surprising to me because this guy records everywhere he goes. And everything he goes out there, because he knows he's going to provoke a altercation. So the fact that no video evidence has surfaced for the public, especially with all these sleuths around here on X, I've not seen anything before the attack happened, which is wild to me. to be that's the only scenario in which I can imagine a judge would admit prejudicial evidence to prejudice the victim in this case, because there's no other scenario in which you could determine who started the fight. And then he might have a point. But I find it very hard to believe that that's the case, especially because people are saying that it was being recorded, it's live streamed, which means it's likely backed up somewhere in the cloud. That there were no witnesses would have to be there, which would mean that it was which we know is not the case. So this cockamamie legal maneuver that he's proffering here would only have to be accepted by stupid people to believe that's even a viable option in this case. Unless the judge is just so beholden to against this guy that he's willing to admit that, which is crazy.
Curious about what initial aggressor is. Apparently it's not words, it's actually sort of insults that act as verbal threats, like I'm gonna smash your face in, keep talking, and see what happens. And outside there's another thing that crosses the threshold. Not insults, right?
No, yeah, but again,
I'm going to ruin your life is even also something that's considered passing the threshold, not insults like you're a bitch or whatever, right? That's actually something is not making me the initial aggressor.
So here's the thing, right? If he was to go up to a guy that was minding his own business and called him a name that created a confrontational environment, and that confrontational environment led to him pulling his weapon, I think a prosecutor could certainly make the argument that the provocation started by using racially charged, motivated language that he knew would incite this person into a defensive posture. That's a great way to present arguments for provocation.
So if you say Jesus Christ, Muslim, I can punch you in the face.
No. I don't think there's a history of trauma associated with the word, and I know that history of trauma can trigger you to potential violence. Then yes, that can be used as provocation. Going up to a Jewish person and putting up a swastika and calling him, anti-Semitic epithets can be used as provocation. Yes. That's an argument for provocation. Yes, absolutely. If you're doing something that you know triggers trauma, and you know that the word triggers trauma in a specific type of person, you can't say, but I never threatened them, right? It's like I can't go up to you with your wife and kids there and say something to the effect of, it would be horrible if something was to happen to somebody's kids. And I was just
that's starting to cross
right the same way that why are you saying that? Yes, if it triggers trauma, that can lead to a confrontation. It's provocation. The prosecutor can argue provocation. And whether or not a jury accepts it is a totally different story. But the prosecutor can certainly make that argument. And it's a very reasonable argument to make because this word itself could trigger trauma.
And that was the whole point I initially raised with Chud the Builder. And Horrible, I'll give you the mic right back. My initial claim was the same thing. It's like, sure, everybody wants to say freedom of speech, and that's fine. Say what you want to say, do what you want to do. But you're going out, and by you're, I'm saying, speaking in general, you're going and actually putting myself in the position of Chud the Builder. You're going into spaces where there are people, where there are strangers, okay? You don't know the mental state of these people you're going up to. And if you're saying words that you know have a harmful historical context, and you know can possibly trigger a violent reaction, you are responsible for whatever happens to you if you get your head knocked off if you provoke the wrong person. That was the exact point that I've been trying to make. And it's odd, I made that point before we even knew what happened outside the courtroom, right? When we were talking about it
we still don't know exactly what happened outside
right.
the courtroom.
Well, let me say specifically, allegedly, according to reports, the victim said he told Chud, I have PTSD. And then the family said in the GoFundMe, he's got some mental disabilities. So it goes back to him.
Well, one time I was getting evicted, and so I called the legal aid hotline, and an African American who I told, I had PTSD, he said, "I'm from the ghetto, motherfucker. We all got PTSD, bitch." And so I'm just trying to say that. Well, listen, it did happen. Hello? And what I'm telling you is that this fucking Chud the Builder, this is actually in a way what he wants to happen. Meaning that there are these accelerationist, neo-Nazi pieces of shit out there. And Pepe is one of them. And there's other losers on this app that are the same way. And they're losers. But see, for a loser to get national notoriety with a stupid fucking name like Chud, and he's not building shit except his own grave, this is the problem with our focused concentration and the content of the media. Now, I know you consider yourself a media maven and a media generator, but I would just humbly submit on this beautiful day to this, I record and live stream everything I do on this app, as many of you know. I'm just trying to say that, I try to live every day as if it was my last day. Meaning that if I were to record Pepe or Brad the Viking or many of the other characters here on this app all day long, well, I don't want that to be my legacy. Meaning I don't want people to look back and say, I don't want to be associated with these people. I don't want their thoughts and opinions to be my thoughts and opinions.
John, but yet you sit on Clubhouse all day and you record them for hours. You have created a digital database. All these people you claim you don't want in your life and don't want to listen to. But you have a digital database of all these people.
I know, but if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see I'm also reading books. And that's the most important thing that I do, which is read books. Not engage in these useless conversations or these never-ending, repetitive, redundant conversations. And I don't want to hear the opinions of people that I consider to be toxic. Hello?
Okay, John. Okay, hold on, because I did promise to give the mic back to Horrible to let him finish his submission. Horrible, please go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I just leave my mic off, but I kind of disagree with where this is going to head, which is like, yeah, that gives me rights to just, sock someone in the face for like basic stuff. Like if they called me a name, I could sock them in the face. If they, like what is this? Like what are we going to get into? Where we can just, and then by the way, can I just keep socking the guy? Like that guy he lost his right to self-defense the entirety of the fight. Like I could just keep wailing on him.
Like it comes down to personal. What is the word here? To morals and character. Like no.
Yeah, but there's women that say certain things that I probably would get up and feel so traumatized because of how insulting it is to my religion that I would need to knock them the fuck out. As a women,
you're horrible. You're inverting this. You're inverting this, and I don't think you're taking the right response.
I don't think I should be allowed to go around knocking people
but you're hold on, horrible. You're inverting it. It's not whether or not the black guy should be allowed to go hit the guy. It's whether Chud the Builder should be allowed to draw his weapon and shoot a guy. That's the difference. We're not talking about. It's likely that if Chud the Builder had fended off this other
picking my nose.
Or whatever,
you called me picking my nose.
Was he the aggressor? Was the black
we saw him picking his nose live on camera. Boogergate.
But the problem that
this politician was picking his nose on YouTube law. He's a nose picker.
Have that debate. Oh, should he have hit him first or no?
And I still feel like I didn't even get the booger.
The conversation here accelerated that.
Boogergate.
His gun. Now it's no longer about whether the guy should be allowed to hit him. Now it's about whether Chud has the right to shoot and kill him. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He has the right to shoot and kill him. And all five elements that the guy mentioned a minute ago. These are provocation. Imminency, innocence, and there was a fifth catch. But
reasonableness. The fifth one was reasonableness.
Yeah, so the fifth one is reasonableness. Is actually, I think he committed. So it's not self-defense in this case, in my opinion. It's not self-defense. It is or it's not. I changed my mind. It is not now. It's not now. It's not now. It's not. Now I'm with you. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think it was self-defense, to be honest. And that's once you pull a gun on, it's what is it? Like, you have to have a reason.
It's like he's shooting himself. Like, I'm reading a whole bunch about it, and it says he shot the guy and then shot himself. That's how you happen.
Yeah, he's like in prison now, I believe, because he's tried that in a country that they don't fuck with that shit. But yeah, he's a problem too. Like, these guys don't do this.
Did you say Somali?
No, Cali. I think he was in the Philippines. But I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, okay.
So I'm reading here on ABC News, it says that the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office did not disclose the specific make, model, or caliber of the firearm used. But to that point, somebody raised this point the other day in a clubhouse room. Chud's viral videos or his content where he's going up antagonizing and provoking people, it's very interesting because, yeah, we've all been trying to figure out why he had the gun at the courthouse to begin with. But someone could argue, if the prosecutor used any of his viral footage, if they
tradition of the PhD students in the program taking a course in a medical school that involved doing.
I was depressed, smoked way too much pot.
Oh, I know.
Got my ass thrown right out of college.
That's what people get kicked out of college. I'm seeing the trend here.
Hey, Ward, can I go next, Ward?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm done. I think I've answered all the questions.
Hold on, Marshall. Yeah, let's hear from Crystal. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, so check this out. So I posted in the chat, Slaves Without Masters, right? That's a book. And I also posted in the chat an EDU from Auburn University with these students, last name Thompson and Bailey, did a dissertation paper on heir properties, right? And what they came up with was that the heirs to the properties from Virginia down to Louisiana was majority the African American, the HR 4238 American, right? The Negro label reclassified 100,000 times somebody else, right? The owners of the land. Right, that's this paper right there, and I put it in the chat. And then I put in the chat this book, The Most Important Parts by Professor Kent, copyrighted in 1840, right? I got his, I got a page of it in my PTR picture, right? It's on the Internet Archive, the .gov thing.
What?
Okay, so this is a literal book. This is lecture 32 of masters and servants. What, right? And what did it say? What are the several kinds of persons that come within the description of servants? Slaves, hired servants, and apprentices. How, according to the Institutes of Justinian, might a person become a slave? In 3 ways. 1, by birth when the mother was a slave. 2, by captivity in war. 3, by voluntary sale of himself as a slave by a free man, FREEMAN, above the age of 20 for the purpose of sharing the price. How did y'all hear that?
Oh my God! Moderators, this is Alistair. Put me in the queue. Thank you.
And then with that, we have that booklet I told you about, Slaves Without Masters, the free Negro in the antebellum South.
Hello, moderators. Can I get a hello? I'm asking to be put in the queue.
Shut the fuck up.
So then, with these people of the complexion folks, I like to use
These complexion folks.
right, the observations of mankind. I might have left off a couple of parts of the title, but that's what he's saying. Right, and in section 24, hold on, I'm looking for the on my in my PTR. I'm almost to it. Oh, there it is. I'll make it number 1.
Not to cut you short, what's the overarching point that you're making?
Honey, I'm going along.
She building, baby. She building.
The down south people I come from were free people of color.
Ooh.
So, and then I wanted to show also that the land in the south.
Before you go and tell us what you wanted to show, you explain it to me your overarching point. Is your overarching point that somebody that claimed that their family had slaves is lying? I'm trying to understand your overarching point. What's the big picture you're trying to make us understand?
I'm just making a point that if people had slaves, it didn't matter their complexion because he was like they had black slaves. And they came to his family reunion. It was his cousins more than likely because it's by birth of the mother and it's from the father because in lecture 32, lecture 28 goes with that. I will get back around to that maybe later. But it's marriage, a license, a bond. And one of the other people in here said that your granddaddy was more your slave owner. So I was just wanting to compound. I have heard since I've been in the space that Sword was speaking. I wanted to hear, so that's why I should. So you getting worried about what I had to say?
I appreciate you, Crystal. Thank you for explaining that. Crystal, sometimes we need to get redirected and get back to the gist of the room, the heart of the title of the room. Crystal, how do you feel about reparations, succinctly? How does Crystal feel about reparations?
Hey, Anthony, let me just do a reset real quick, Crystal. What we just had heard was Marshall discuss that he had a family reunion when he was 12 and that he found out that he has black cousins. Likely, let's be realistic. Likely, there was, and we'll take him on his word that his family. I don't know if I can go through. Anyhow, that we'll take Marshall on his word for what he's telling us to be the truth. I would likely think it's just his family members. There was probably his great-grandfather had illegitimate children. Great-great-grandfather along the way. These were just, distant cousins. But that being said, I think Crystal was just responding to Marshall's account prior to that. That's all.
Man, I totally understand. And Beaver, you're not a good person. You're a horrible human being. I just thought I'd let you know. You're not a good person.
That's a shame that Marshall's not still here. I wanted to ask if any of his silverware went missing after he met his first his black relative.
How the hell y'all run Marshall
Supla is in the building. She is in the building. Yo, man, listen. I'm going to take the pro reparation side, just so we can have some entertainment in the room. I'm going to support reparations in this room. I'm going to be the staunchest supporter of reparations. There is a debt that needs to be paid. All right? And, you know, if we want to see America be great again, we need to pay reparations. That's the only way. It's a stain that we haven't atoned for in this country. And the only way we can get that stain out is through reparations. You know, we can't build a time machine and go back in time and right the wrongs, but we do have to pay for what our ancestors did. So, you know, I don't care what anybody says. We need our reparations, and we need them now.
Yo, can I ask a question? When you say we have to pay, what do you mean? Like, you being a black man, like, what do you have to do?
I'm saying
I'm not triggered at all.
anybody.
You didn't come up here to talk about me saying this shit is a distraction, which it is.
I came up to talk about the Chud the Builder thing.
So go ahead, state your opinion about what do you want to say about Chud the Builder.
Well, I came in to correct you when you were saying that he was going around harassing black people.
He was.
That wasn't. Well, that's your interpretation. I mean, that Chud the Builder.
What do you call it when you go up to a black person?
You interrupt me every time, lady. Why do you have to interrupt me every
time?
time?
We're going to have a dialogue. We're going to have a dialogue.
It's not dialogue. That's a rude, controlling manipulation tactic. Do you hear me talking? That's rude.
Well, because
It's your room. Because it's your room, you get to be a bitch.
Stop. And hand in your cane.
You can get off the stage right now for all
Every room he comes into, and let me tell you something. You're not going to come on my stage and overtalk me. I'm the lead mod. So if I want to interrupt you and ask you a question, I'm going to do that. Stop acting like a small dick human male that can't build with a conversation. This is why Chud the Builder is sitting in jail right now, because someone said some words that hurt his feelings. And he shut up. And he can't say the N-word. He can't harass blacks with the N-word. And if they respond, he's going to lash out. That's the energy you're giving right now, my friend.
He
So
feels
I
a little
asked you,
triggered.
if you want to come back on the stage, you said it's not harassing to go up to a random black person that you don't know and hurl the N-word.
Or a Muslim and hurl words that affect our prophets.
Or someone
He
you
was
and
alone.
say blah, blah, blah.
Also, can you put that job on? You're actually offending me.
Now,
I'm being serious.
Well, Rabono Shalom, all I gotta say is, I don't think, you know, I deal a lot with,
wait, who needs to put on a hijab? Me? Who are you talking to?
Hello?
You're offending me. I'm actually triggered.
Hello?
Right now. And in real life, I don't know what I would do.
Horrible.
He's okay.
I swear to God, wallahi.
Wallahi.
Why don't you put a fucking hijab on?
Wow.
Put a hijab.
Oh, boy.
You know, why can't people know how to act right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the fucking matter? Shit. Y'all talking about your mama didn't tell you how to act in public? What the fuck? I'm sorry, this is your room, boo. Hi, what's up?
Hello? Hello, moderators. This is John. I'd like to be put in the queue.
Yes, we know you, John. Be quiet.
Excuse me? Did you just tell me to be quiet? I was talking to a moderator, and I asked the moderator to be put in the queue.
Hold on. My friend, I welcomed you back because I'm assuming you...
Well, I was very offended that you made a comment about my penis.
You'll get over it. Continue.
Well, you're a nigger.
Well, now look how you got go the way right now.
Don't even boot him. Your mother's a nigger. See how that works?
No, my mother's a white Jewish woman. Your mother's a nigger.
But wait,
You come from a long line of niggers.
Your mother's a Jewish woman?
Yeah.
Hitler didn't burn her bloodline in the oven.
Okay, fuck you, nigger. Now you understand why people like...
You see how that works? Now go to the Google. You limp dick, low vibrational devil.
You know, I just want to say something, Nye. You could actually be accurate about a little penis. You know, like who knows what he's packing. But I'm not really interested in whether or not he's packing or he's lacking. What I think is interesting about Chud the Builder is that the name itself, Chud, which is like a scrotum or like a dinghy or something inferior and pathetic. But then you get the builder part. The builder part is the transformation of the Chud into something...
Wait.
Hello?
Wait. Because I don't want Martina to leave before Martina. I gotta get your opinion on the Odyssey. So if you leave, you gotta come back, sis. Girl,
You gotta shut these up. Let's move on. I can't take it no more. I'm not used to these hostile rooms. I go in rooms about movies. I don't do this shit, okay? Don't come for me. It's 2026. Don't. We ain't got to. Look at my PR. I ain't got time for this bullshit. Come on, Nye. I love you, girl. But yeah, let's go.
Let me breathe. Oh, Hakima's here. Hakima, what's up, Hakima? Gary.
I already tried to get him up here. He's not coming up.
Oh, Lord. This is just people. Kevin's here. What's up, Kevin? Kevin's down there. What's up? Oh, Lord. Come on, Kevin. I need someone.
Moderators, isn't it amazing what the N-word...
Let me say this.
Hello?
Let me say this before we move on. Let me say this. Guys.
Oh, I thought the N-word meant Nye.
What is that guy's name? Let me give our brother the proper honors. Hold on.
Hey, no, we don't need to even. No, he doesn't exist here. He doesn't need to exist. He doesn't need. Don't give these motherfuckers no platform. Let's go on. I'm saying.
The late great Eric Mays. He died. He was a congressman, politician, viral hero. Okay, if anybody knows that brother, go look up some of his hits.
Is Hakeem Jeffries...
Shut up, Matai. Wait, let me finish. Eric Mays is the same. When we go low, when they go low, we go lower. And if we have any Jewish people in the room, I'm going to apologize to them. Because I don't do that anti-Semitic, may your relatives burn in the oven shit. That's not my character. But my friend, but I'm going to match the racism with the racism and the hate. And my friend is notorious for this. This is what he does. Okay? So, you know, you come to me with that bullshit, especially if you're a racist Jew, you are the last. You're gonna catch all the fucking heat. A Jewish person.
She got you on that one. She got you on that one.
We're gonna move on because I don't do the hate. I don't do anti-Semitism. I don't do all that. I don't do that shit.
So do we have any hot juicy gossip going on right now? Anything good in the news? Something juicy. New couples, new
Well,
babies?
Rabono Shalom, I mean, now you did insult his masculinity when you said he had a little penis. I mean... But I will be honest with you, saying the N-word is a bit much. I have tried to... I'm just saying that I think he's out of compliance when he uses the N-word. I think it's low class, but who are we to judge him on a social audio conference call where people waste entire days at a time, weeks, and years of talking about the same stuff over and over and over again? Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask the moderators if I could be put in the queue. I'd like to read from a book, one page from a book. Thank you, moderators.
You're going to be put in the queue, John. Be quiet. Be quiet, okay? And my friend, you called me fat. Yes, I eat really good. We have money. We have money and we eat good. Don't be jealous. If you ate as good as I ate, your dick would be as big as my clit, but it would.
Holy shit!
Okay? And so now we're going to move on.
Could you imagine if your clit was bigger than his dick? That would be a big clit.
Yeah, I know he was. I love that he's triggered in the audience. Don't
You know, the interesting thing about an enlarged clitoris, most people don't know that there's no such thing as trans. Trans is just a concept. But in the medical journals, well, in the medical journals, they have photographs of enlarged clitorises, and they claim that this is a hermaphrodite.
God, I just can't do it. Okay, the Odyssey, go, Nye, go.
Get to the Odyssey, finally.
Hold on.
Stop. Everybody take one in, Eve. Let it go.
Somebody was brought up to the audience that I don't know. I moved them back. They have low friend count. And I'm not doing that weird shit today.
Hello?
Sorry to the gentleman I just moved. When I click on folk profile, they only have 10, 11, 12 followers or friends. They got a pink ticket. I've never seen him in here before. I know you're just here to harass my state. Okay? So here we go. The Greeks are mad, guys. The Greeks are mad about the Odyssey. Y'all heard about the Odyssey? Let's do
Have you all heard about the Odyssey? I can't wait to go see it.
Matt Damon! It's not even Homer's Odyssey. But wait. Quick memory set, guys. Happy Saturday.
Yeah.
Press Hollywood. Pop culture, celebrity conspiracies. UFOs used to be in the title. I wonder why I took that out. I don't know. But anyway, if anybody's trying to come up, some folks were trying to come up.
You cannot complain about the condition of America when you sat in my face and told me I gotta kiss your ass for $25 billion already gone. It's gone. It's gone.
When's the last time we've even heard of reparations or had a reparations debate? I haven't done this for a few years. It's see, not much has changed.
It isn't a debate.
It is a debate. You guys are never going to get reparations.
I mean, is there not a statute of limitations at some point? I mean, we have it for murder and everything else.
I would think so, but the reality is that
I had
the black
population for dinner.
Amazing. So the black
No,
population.
there's no statute because it's unprecedented.
Oh, okay. Well, the black percentage of the population isn't going up, and but the Hispanics are going up. The whites are slightly going down. And look, nobody. At the end of the day, Hispanics, Asians, whites, none of them want to give their tax dollars for their government to give blacks money.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
You shall know that the chosen priest, an ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping and in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, oh splendrous serpent. 19 azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Hello?
My joy.
Hello? Hello? Yassine? Hello?
Hello?
Damn, my friend, you went hard R there. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. What's going on in your life, bro, that you got to come on a conference call to waste your... Oh, I know what it is. You don't read any books. I forgot. Oh, man. What happened? What happened to you? Did you forget how to use your brain
She insulted my penis.
to improve your brain? Well, you never... The point is you're the loser on a conference call app screaming out the N-word. That's your opportunity cost? That's what you choose to do with your time? You suck, bro. You never even invited me to a book club. You're pathetic. My friend, what happened to your brain? Oh my God, my friend. Tragic, really. A tragedy.
My brain went retarded.
Yeah, you went full R word. I mean, you know, she's a horrible person. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sticking up for her, but I'm just questioning your values, you know? Because I'm reading a book about values, and the book doesn't mention anything about some Jewish guy using conference call apps to scream out the N-word. It doesn't seem to me like that would be polite society that I would want to live in. You know? It's just my opinion. I mean, because, you know, I'm not saying anything other than the fact that, you know, I try to avoid conflict. That's how I survive. Hello? It's like, you know that guy who was murdered at the rifle range because he was doing charity work with veterans that have PTSD? And he was like the #1 assassin that we've ever produced. He killed like hundreds of people. Chris Kyle, I think his name was. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Ron Paul said after his death, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Turns out your environment actually determines whether or not sometimes you live or die. So I'm just saying that, you know, in terms of being productive and accomplishing something, I was only in that room because I was the first person in that room and I wanted to ask Nye about her opinion on reparations. And we had an interesting conversation about individual lawsuits versus class action lawsuit and all of her opinions and about how she never got compensated for her 40 acres. And I was like, well, you weren't a slave. You live in 2026. Some people are time travelers and they don't even know it. So anyways, I have been reading a book. And, you know, I realized that if I listen to these dumb clubhouse rooms and I put it on my YouTube live, in a way, if someone was to analyze who I am and what I do all day, well, I'd have to agree with them that recording Pepe and Matt Cool eke out one word every, you know, minute, like, I'm not recording intellectuals. Let's put it that way. But I am striving to read books and claim nothing about, you know, what I've obtained or what I do or whether it's even work. So, what I'm trying to say is, hello?
Hello?
I've been creating more AI music, and I'm really pleased with it.
I love AI music. I just sent you a new AI song in the text message.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you're going to like it. You know, my AI music is kind of stupid and foolish. Your AI music is made specifically to elevate the brain, but my AI music is kind of a...
No, that's okay. No, sometimes the stupid stuff is actually the best stuff because if you want to really just like be at peace, you know, less is more. So like in Suno, I created a song just called Babyface. And it turns out Babyface, you can come up with some really cool songs. No Antifa gonna get me. So you know what's so amazing about AI music is it's so good that I think, see, this is like what scares me is it's so good that if you think about your whole life and all the music you've listened to, you're like, oh my God, I was being programmed, you know? And there's all these different categories and genres that people have perfected, but AI essentially clones what they've obtained or created.
Have you ever heard of a band called Bright Eyes?
No.
Oh my God, I don't even want to tell you. I don't even want to tell you. Should I tell you?
Tell me, hurry up.
Well, it's a very depressing band made by a very depressed man. And the song